Tuesday. Give me just a second. You're not playing through my headset. Uh, Everything's working good. I tested it. And then when we went live, I lost everything. I can't even control my mouse right now. So give me just a second. We'll fix this and get into it. Oh, almost. I don't know why we always have trouble on Tuesday. Laptop's frozen up. I got great internet. Hopefully, okay. I think we're live, but I'm getting a re. Give me just a second. This is ridiculously frustrating. Can everybody hear me? We may have to start back up. I got nothing. Let's see. This is going to be irritating, hearing myself. Let's see if I can get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Can everybody still hear me? I can't see the comments yet. There we go. Okay, good deal. So, we got a lot to talk about tonight. Let me get back up here and say hi to some people. We got a fairly big crowd, so I don't want to waste a lot of time. Let's see here. It's weird. I tested everything right before the show. Everything's working great. Go live and everything crashes. All right, let's see. Good grief. I don't know what's going on tonight. And I'm in good signal, so we can't blame it on that. Hey, Will, thanks for joining us. This is going to be a booger tonight. Driving home, so won't make it tonight. Maybe Thursday. We'll catch the replay. Thanks, man. Mr. Salamanca is here. Good evening. Oh, man. No sound, brother. Yeah, we're working on it. I hope you can hear me now. Yep, several of you saying no sound. I hope it's come back now. James here, the fly rabbit. Oh, gone it. That's frustrating. Ted is here. Marcus says the sound is very low. I hope it's better now. Mark said, yeah, a lot of people saying the audio. I'm thinking it should be better now. Will says, there we go. So it sounds like it's up now. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Um, I'm going to skip on through here. F8 Trucking. Good evening. Still having some sound issues. Mark says he can hear me now. Everybody says it's good. Okay, good deal. I'm going to skip some of these comments because we've got a lot to get into. I think everybody wants to discuss the video I did this morning. It's had almost 900 views about the issues with Swift. We're going to get into that. But before we do, want to talk about Matt's. I was expecting a lot of people to go that didn't make it there. And, I had a great time. Got to hang out with Trucker CFO and got a shirt out of the deal. And this shirt's really cool. It's got a flag on the sleeve with the website www.truckercfo.com. And he's a really cool guy. Gave me some good advice while we were at the show. So if you guys have not checked him out yet, Let me put his number and everything down in the ticker. You guys give him a call. Man, what is wrong with my computer tonight? Oh boy. It's just been one of those days, folks. And let's get back to some comments and we're going to talk about that. But anyway, I met a lot of great people at the show, even though a lot of people didn't show up I was expecting. And so they're going to be coming on in the coming weeks. We got a lot of interviews coming. The interview that I had scheduled for tonight was I was planning to have the insurance guys on from both sides and talk about insurance with Swift. And they both canceled. Then I had a guy that had checked out insurance with multiple companies, and he let me know about 20 minutes before the show that he wasn't going to be able to come on. And so that's why they all canceled. Um, the one group of people they've canceled this. I believe this is the third time now. So I think we're just going to skip the insurance thing. Hope that everybody knows about it because honestly, because of Matt's, I got so many things to talk about that we're going to get behind in the coming weeks if I hang up on insurance too long. My buddy Trucking with Fly Rabbit was there. We got to hang out. He really helped me a lot while I was there, and I appreciate him. We tried to do a live while we were there and give away some hats and T-shirts, and it didn't work out so well. There was a lot of internet problems within the building, and so we'll have to do this or do that at a later time. Let's see, what else do we want to talk about before we get in the Swift stuff? Here we go. We're going to start the Apple Android wars. It's not an Apple. No, I don't have any Apple products. I'm tempted to get one just because all of the electronic reviewers I see say it's good to have both an Apple and an Android, that they both have their strong and weaknesses. And so I almost bought one while I was at the truck show just because I was so frustrated. AT&T and Verizon were both crap, but T-Mobile seemed to have a signal there. Fly Rabbit turned his hotspot on, and we had to use that for part of the show. So T-Mobile definitely did the best in the Louisville area. Thank you, Craig, for being here. We got to, if I can get this laptop to work. I know we've only interacted while you're live, but I listed you as my referral. Thanks, Marcus. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Stay in touch and let me know how it goes. My email's in the ticker below. Shoot me an email and tell me how things are going. If you got any questions you need answered, I really appreciate it. Logic's in the building. Thank you for being here, sir. Will saying hi to Logic. Potato connoisseur is here. Howdy, Todd. Freedom says his apple's over 10 years old and still working great. It's because he never uses it. He's always eating out and having a good time. For those that don't know Freedom, he doesn't work. He's living the good life. When I retire, I want to retire as Freedom works. All righty. So let's talk about this Swift thing a little bit because it got better. There's another update for you. So I booked this load off their load board, and Monday morning I called my OOC, which is like a fleet manager, and said, "Hey, I'd like to drop this load in Dallas. I need to put my truck in the shop. Can we get it dropped?" He said, "I'll find out." He sent a message. Nobody messaged him back the whole day. So that evening, I called one of the night planners. She got a hold of the planners for that area, and it took like 2 hours. They weren't returning her calls either. And turned out that they said, no, we can't drop it because there's uh, there's no trucks in the area. Now this is Dallas, Texas. There's no Swift trucks in Dallas, Texas. Now, think about that. Think of how many thousands of trucks Swift has, and none of them are in Dallas, Texas, empty looking for a load. Also, They have local drivers. There's no local drivers available either. Now, in our contract, we're supposed to be able to pay $75 and drop it, and they'll cover it. And that anyway, it neither here nor there. So he said the next best thing you can do is call tomorrow morning. So called this morning again, had trouble reaching anybody, getting anybody to call me back. OOC had trouble getting anybody to call him back, and so we finally got somebody this afternoon, and they said, "Well, the only way we'll let you drop it is if you take a local load." I said, "Well, that kind of defeats the purpose. I need to drop this load so I can get this recall done." Now, wait a second. Prior to that, they had said they hadn't had any trucks in the area. Now they're saying they got trucks, but only if I'll pull a local load, which I can't do. My truck needs to go in a shop. They've put a self-imposed mandate on me that it's got to be done by April 13th. And while it's kind of hard to believe, it is hard to get to a terminal for me sometimes. So I'm kind of wound up about this, and I'm probably not articulating as well as I want to. But the story gets better. I went ahead and came over here and tried to unload early. A place said, "No, you got to wait till your appointment tomorrow morning." So I parked, did my post trip, and they sent me a load going to Wisconsin. Picks up tonight. I said, "I can't do it. I can't pick up or deliver on time. I'm still under this other load, and I'm going home. I've got to do my LLC stuff." They sent me a message back. "You need to take this load because you're not scheduled for home time." Scheduled for home time? I told them, I said, "I'm going home. Loaded, empty, doesn't matter. I'm going home." And so they finally took the load off of me, but it's there's been a lot of friction today, I guess would be the right word. And I don't know what their problem is or what they think's going on, but uh, yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. I'm sure as you guys ask me questions, I'll articulate a little more. But sometimes I get so wound up that it's just hard for me to say what I'm feeling. For I've been here 9 months. For 7 of those months, they've been telling us we don't have any freight. We don't have any freight. And then I go to a major hub, Dallas, Texas, and they say we don't have any trucks. Now, what are the odds they don't have any freight and they don't have any trucks? I don't think so. But what do I know? Apple pie, yum. Yeah, exactly. My friend Road Scholar's here. Hey, Road Scholar, I was just talking to a guy that went to Dart, and I referred him to your videos. I told him to get in contact with you. He had a lot of questions, and I've been out of that loop for a while. So I told him to look you up, and so hopefully he'll be contacting you soon. Pause. Sorry if it's taken me a minute to get to some of your comments. I'm still having laptop issues, even with a good signal. You were lied to, plain and simple. Yeah, it sure looks that way. Again, I go back to how can you not have any freight and not have any drivers at the same time? If you don't have freight, you don't need drivers, and if you don't have drivers, you don't need freight. The two kind of go hand in hand. Yeah, I want to talk about this if I can get my cursor to go up. When I was at Swift Lancaster, they did their own thing. Sounds like they still do. That's what's funny. Everybody gripes about Lancaster, but nothing seems to change. And I'll tell you something that one of my friends that really irritated him. They have a life size, I think it's Connect Four and Jenga board in the dispatch office that they play when it's slow. And it really frustrated him because he's like, I call in and I wait 15 minutes to talk to somebody. And then when I get somebody on the phone, I'm wondering if the reason they didn't answer the phones, they were finishing their Connect Four game or their Jenga game. And so I don't know. I thought that was a joke. It turns out it's probably true. The people I've met in Lancaster are pretty cool, but man, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm extremely frustrated with Swift right now, and I think you guys have seen me say this statement once before. I said it when I was at Dart. I think we all know what's coming. Now, I'm not going to telegraph what I might or might not do, but when the one thing that irritates me is, hey, if they don't want to call this load, fine, but don't ignore my phone call. Pick up the phone, say no. That's fine. Don't even have to give me a reason. But ignoring my call, making up stuff, saying, oh, we don't have any drivers unless you do what we want you to do. Um, I'm not going to be bullied. And I certainly don't need anybody's permission to go home. I'm not in the hole. I make plenty of money here. I If I need to go home, especially for something important like setting up my LLC and S corp stuff, um, they're not going to stop me. And so I think in the coming weeks we'll see how this plays out, but I think we all know where this is going because we've all been here before. Some of us have experienced it ourselves, and some of us have watched me go through it. Let's see if I can get another comment. Come on now. I don't know if they're ticked at me or if it's just they've got too big for their britches, is what I think. I think that they've got a lot of drivers applying there. And, how many drivers today, if they'd have told them you can't go home, they'd have been, all right, I guess I got to take another load. Some of these drivers just roll over, and I'm not going to do it. I don't make a truck payment and I don't pay all these taxes and assume all this risk just so I can be bossed around like a company driver. And if my mouse will work, we'll take another question. Wait 3 more months and move the truck to a different carrier. Well, that's definitely an option, but the thing to remind everybody is I've got a perfectly good truck sitting at the house. And I've got, oh man, I ain't even exaggerating, probably a half dozen or a dozen companies that are willing to take that truck right now. And I'm not saying I'm going to do that. As I said, I'm not going to telegraph what I might do or what I might not do, but I don't even have to wait 3 months. And that may be part of their motivation of treating me like crap is so that I don't make it to that year mark. I'm not going to speculate on what they might do or might not do either. Do you like Swift versus Dart? They both have their pros and cons, and you got to remember it's been about a year since I've been at Dart. I think they've made some changes. I know they've had some changes in leadership. Can't really comment on Dart right now either, but definitely I enjoyed my time there. I didn't care for the micromanagement of the safety department, and I felt like a couple of their shops were really, really dishonest. But I can't deny that I made pretty good money there. And Swift, same way. I make really good money here at Swift, probably more than Dart. Well, definitely more than Dart. And so they both have their things that I like and dislike about them, and that's going to be any company you go to. But I'm not going to be bullied. It's just not going to happen. I'm thinking about coming there next week, and yeah, that's a good deal, man. Stay in touch and let me know how it goes. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Freedom's comment. You're funny, Todd. Well, thank you, Freedom. I appreciate that. I've been getting that a lot lately. I had I was at a booth at Matt's, and I had the two people at that booth just rolling laughing. One of them said uh, well, I ain't gonna say what they said, but it was pretty funny. Be careful; they will make sure that you go in the hole. Uh, you know, it's not something I worry about. It's Swift can do what they need to do, and I'm going to do what I need to do, and we'll go from there. All I can say is it's not a good idea to poke the bear when the bear's this close to his cave. Exactly. Scheduled, you're an IC, you can go home when you feel like it, and I realize there's companies out there that try to, regulate when independent contractors can go home, and I do typically try to go through the, macro and tell them when I'm going home just so they can plan, so they can help me look for loads, things like that. But I'm beta testing the load board, so I can pull stuff off of there. My OOC has been looking for one of those plain view loads that gets me within about 50 miles of my house. So I didn't totally shock them. We've been talking about it for a couple of days. And yeah, I just, I don't know what's got into them. 3 or 4 months ago, I was enjoying it here a lot more than I am now. And that's a fact. And that may mean something, that may mean nothing. I may be here another 5 years and I might not be here another 5 minutes. We'll see how the next few days go. But they're not going to bully me and tell me I have to take a load like they tried to do on that Wisconsin load. And they're not going to tell me I can't go home or won't go home. Uh, I'll rent a U-Haul and empty this thing out and go home tonight. It That's not my plan, but we really don't want to get in a peeing match and a threatening match to see what I'll do or what I won't do. And I'm not too worried about it. If they can't answer my calls and emails, and I realize they got other stuff going on, but if they can't answer me within a couple of hours or at least the same day, then then fine. Should I go somewhere else? I don't know. It depends where you live, what you're planning on doing. There's every company. Let me say this. Every company, pick the worst company you can think of. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, it's Western Express or CR England. Pick the worst company you can think of. They have some drivers there that are happy, that live in the right spot, that are on a dedicated account, that make killer money. And so, if you live in the right spot, this might be a great place to work. If you don't have a YouTube channel, this might be a great place to work. And even having a YouTube channel, this has been a great place to work so far. However, um, they're trying to change some things, and I don't like the changes. That's not necessarily a reason to quit either. You're not going to like everything about every company you're ever at. So, I'm not expecting them to bow to my every want and desire and make all my dreams come true. But man, uh, some of the stuff that's happened the last 2 days, I'm just scratching my head going, what are they thinking? But I'm not saying don't work here. I still like it, but it's just the last couple of days have not been the greatest. All right, let's see if we can get my mouse working again. Oh boy. Y'all bear with me. We're getting there. They're going to keep you going. You're paying for everything for them. They would be foolish not to keep you rolling. Just part of it, boss. Well, they, let me think. I got to be real careful what I say tonight because I don't want to telegraph anything. But I've brought a lot of attention to this company, not just me, some other people, but several people have said to me and have said to Swift that I changed their opinion about the company and that they came here as a result of me, or they're considering coming here as a result of me. And like I said, I don't expect to get my way 100% of the time. But, when they come on YouTube channels and say, oh, we got to talk about that too. When they come on YouTube channels other than mine and say, yeah, you can T-call a load, you'll have to pay $75 if it's a local delivery, but you can do that, and we're supposed to let you do that. And then I say, all right, I'll pay the $75. And they go, oh, no, not you, Todd. By the way, next Tuesday, and this is the reason I put the Trucker CFO deal up here. Next Tuesday, I will not be doing a show that Tuesday. Trucker CFO will be appearing on the Contractors Corner channel. And while um, I wouldn't pee on those guys if they were on fire. I do respect him. I do support him, and so it's my hope that everybody will watch him on that interview. Questions that you were planning to ask the next time he comes on my show, which will be at the end of the month. Go on there and ask him. I'll be watching. I hope you're watching. They've probably got me blocked to where I won't be able to comment and ask questions. But you guys check him out next Tuesday on that channel. And on that Tuesday, I'll put out a recorded video reminding everybody. As I said, I'm not really wanting to support their channel, but I do support him. He's a great guy, and he's helped me a lot. And so I want to be supportive of anything he's involved in. And we'll talk more about that between now and then, I'm sure. That's a blessing not to have a truck payment more, say so, unless you win the lottery. So you want to get bully. Yeah. So I do have that other truck at the house. Originally, I was planning on fixing it up and bringing it to Swift. That's still a possibility. But when they do stuff like they've done today, I'm definitely looking at other options as well. That may mean something, that may mean nothing. We'll wait and see how things play out. I'm not a person that's quick to react. I'm gonna kind of weigh my pros and cons. Oh gosh, my mouse is froze again. This is it really is technical Tuesday. Every time I do one of these shows on Tuesday, nothing work. Let's see what we got here. Sounds like Swift is playing games with you or trying to get you to leave. There's a lot of people that feel that way. Um, I bring them a lot of good attention, but I'm also a thorn in their side sometimes. And I won't predict what they want or don't want. I don't think my OOC wants me to quit. I think he likes me being here. I think we work well together, but I think maybe some of the people in corporate don't know how to take me. Um, so that's speculation on my part too, as well. Good evening, Gary Cook. Thanks for being here. Swift started with Swift in 2000, 3 weeks ago. I'm not happy with the way things going. Probably going to walk away. Yeah, yeah, that's funny because some people have said on other channels, well, Trucker Todd loved him, and now all of a sudden he hates him. I want to correct that. I don't hate him even now, but they've tried to make some changes the last 2 or 3 months, and they're kind of making it up as they go now. It seems like. The rules might be this way at 10 o'clock in the morning, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they change. And that's not the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be in the contract, and we're supposed to have a framework that we can run off of. And so that's my take on that. Uh, I'm sure you guys can tell I'm frustrated, and I'm trying not to say something in anger that I really don't mean, or something like that. And so yeah, we'll see what happens in the coming days. I've been real shocked that nobody's reached out to me and us work it out. But maybe they're busy. Maybe they don't care what I think. I just know that any company that doesn't return calls to drivers or that refuses to answer the phone is not a good company, in my opinion. And like I said, they did respond. So I'm not saying Swift's not a good company. They basically said, well, let me read the response to you. They said they wanted me to swap for a local load because it's hard to find people to deliver local loads, especially when it's a live unload. I said it's also hard for me to put this truck in the shop if I'm doing local deliveries. If you run afoul of some of the higher ups, they might make you go in the hole a little as an attitude adjustment. I meant earlier. Yeah, I got you. I'm not worried about that. That's why I tell you guys to have a nest egg. It would be nearly impossible for them to put me in the hole though, because I'm beta testing the load board. I just booked my own stuff, and if I did the hole, I got enough to pay it to where I'm not in the hole. So, I'm one of the I believe I'm the most successful solo driver at Swift. Um, might not be, but I'm definitely in the top 10 unless there's something I don't know. I do very well here, and I'd be surprised if there's very many outdoing me. Freedom says hello to Doc Green. They're both uh, Dart drivers. Glad they're here. I've been stuck trying to choose between Swift and Dart for a lease program to go with for a month now. I'm really struggling to decide. Yeah, they've like I say, they're like any other company. They got their pros and cons, and a lot of it depends where you live and where you want to run and what you want to do. That's the truth. Hey, look who's in the house. My big rig trucking life. Hang on, my big rig. I want to give you a wrench, my friend. I am glad you're here. I got to pass out some wrenches. You guys bear with me just a second. We'll give Freedom one. Oh, it says you already got a wrench. Well, good deal. I wonder why you're not in blue. Sorry this is taking so long, folks. I'm kind of a one-man band tonight. Okay, let's jump back in. I got some wrenches passed out. You guys with wrenches, if y'all see something crazy in the comments, you can either time them out or block them. Do what you think's best. Remember, it's not what happens to you, it's how you deal with it because stuff will happen. The secret is to surround yourself in the stuff like you're dealing with it. Oh yeah, I'm good. Like I said, I this stuff's not going to phase me one bit. But I'm not going to come on here and lie to you guys and tell you it's all roses and rainbows either. Just like when it was good, I was telling you it was good. When it goes to crap, I'm going to tell you about that as well. Let's see, playing games. Yeah, it kind of looks that way. I'm doing great, Kevin. How are you? Freedom says Dart's the best company he's ever been affiliated with. I didn't realize Steve worked at Dart. That's pretty cool. We got a lot of Dart people here. Several of them have told me they think one day I'll end up at Dart again. I've learned not to ever say never, but I can tell you currently there's no discussions between me and Dart about going back there. And the devil's always in the details. So I won't say never, but I'll say it's not in my plans at this time or in the foreseeable future. I hear you loud and clear. This is Kevin Jefferson. Thanks, man. Let's see. True. Don't forget they're a mega carrier. Yeah, one thing that Swift does really well is they run a lot of stuff through the terminals to where it feels like you're at a smaller carrier, but it's just they're they're trying to. I think they're going through some identity crisis or some growth issues, and they're not quite sure which direction they want to go, but they keep changing policies and it's really frustrating as a YouTuber to come on here and share information and then 3 or 4 hours later that information changes. I'm doing good, Christian. How are you, man? Drove for Celadon 2015 to 2017. That was a horrible company. Thank God they're out of business. Yeah, I actually leased a truck from Quality and we had to go to the Celadon yards to get services done. And guys would be sitting outside, sitting in the break room because they weren't allowed to idle their trucks at all under any circumstances. And I just thought, what a miserable existence that they would treat their drivers that way. I get it, you want to control idling, but there has to be a level of common sense there at some point. I'm very happy here at Creek Carriers making good money as an owner operator and home weekly. Yeah, I've heard a few people say that the owner operators do pretty well over there. But I've also heard there's some micromanagement. I don't know if that's on the company drivers only or if that's on the owner operators also. Creed is kind of interesting to me just because I know they do uh, some work there in Lubbock with the potato chip factory there. So, yeah, I've heard some good things about Creed. Freedom says he would stay at Swift for a year and then reevaluate. Yeah, I'm at June will be a year, and we are in April, so I'm getting close to that year mark. A lot of it's going to depend how the things go in the coming weeks. Like I say, things are changing. Stuff I'm telling you tonight may be totally different tomorrow, and I may be back to be happy as I could be. But one thing that's going to have to change is um, A, there nobody's going to tell me when I can go home, and B, uh, we're not going to if they're going to keep dodging my calls. That's not going to work. When they call me, they expect me to answer the phone. And when I call them or send them a Zonar message, I expect them to answer me. And I get they're busy. We're all busy. But get back to me within a few hours anyway. Don't leave me hanging for, a couple of days. And I'm not referring to my OOC. I want to be clear about that too. He's as close to perfect as he could be. He is not the problem. My mouse is froze again. You guys bear with me. We're getting there. Would you tolerate verbal abuse from a dispatcher or a planner? I'm experiencing this right now. It's very upsetting. I may have chosen the wrong company. No, I would not. And, I tell them I had one that tried that not too long ago, as a matter of fact. And I told them, I'm not going to cuss at you, and you're not going to cuss at me. I'm not going to threaten you. You're not going to threaten me. We're going to talk to each other like adults, or we're not going to talk. And, maybe I am a little cocky, but, I'm a human being, I'm not their kid, I'm not their student in school. I expect to be treated with respect, and I'm in kind, I'm gonna treat them with respect. Reevaluate Swift after a year. Hey, Road Scholar's still here, I thought he left. Swift had ATVS call soliciting their services. Yeah, um, there's a lot of companies that push ATVS because they get a kickback from ATVS, few dollars a week, so you pay your $25 a week, and they'll give 2 or $3 of that to Swift, and you think, "Oh, that's not much," but when you got several thousand drivers, it becomes a lot of money. Swift has, like, 1,800 independent contractors, so it becomes a substantial amount of money, and, what I found is ATVS used to be really, really good, and each year they seem to get progressively worse, and, I did a Google search. I interviewed probably 10 or 12 companies, and I landed on, Trucker CFO, and I've been extremely happy with their services and the lady I deal with, the owner, Colton, I've become friends with him, know him fairly well, and, hung out with him at Nats. That's why I'm wearing their stuff tonight, their hat, their shirt, and, I'm really happy with their services, and, their number is in the ticker. Just call them and ask them questions, or if you're not at that point yet, go to their website, it's down there too. They got a free PDF you can download. He's got some podcasts on there. They're usually about 20 minutes long. You can listen to those and just make up your own mind. I would like to see a lot of you guys talk to your companies about maybe offering him as an alternative to ATVS. And who knows if enough people switch, ATVS may improve or get better. That's how competition works. But I definitely, that's why we're canceling next Tuesday's show. I'm not mad. I knew he was going on there, and I gave my blessing, wished him well, and he didn't nobody asked me to cancel next Tuesday's show. I said I wanted to do that to promote him being on there because he's a good guy and I wanna see him succeed, and he's really helped me out in my financial matters substantially, so I wanna see him help others. Remember, the purpose of this channel is to help drivers, and, whether that's on this channel or another. So I believe he helps drivers, and I want to be supportive of that. And I hope y'all will join me next week as we all watch that together. Hey, Dennis, thanks for being here. Mouse is froze again. Give me just a second. Oh, this is the worst it's ever been. I won't lie. I never thought I'd drive for Swift until I found your channel. Yeah, I never thought I'd drive for him either. And overall, it's been a good experience. But right now, we're just going through some issues. Man, mouse is froze again. Website's gone. I have nothing now, folks. Can't see ya. Trying to get you back. Just bear with me. This is crazy. Pablo's here. Thanks for coming in. Well, that's a good question, Marcus. In this case, yes. Let me tell you why. Because could I have dropped this load tonight and paid the $75 fee? I could have picked up another load potentially today and delivered it tomorrow and still squeezed it on this week's pay. Another 350 miles to get me home. So I would have paid 700 or I would have paid $75 to get 350 miles. It would have been a short trip. It would have been at the higher mileage rate. And so yeah, I mean it's not costing me a fortune, probably $200 or so after everything comes out, but it's what it's costing me is a lot of stress. And really, I've told you guys this before. It ain't the money. It's money is important, but it's not the most important. The respect, the not returning phone calls, the ignoring, the saying I'll call you back and just going home without calling you back, leaving you hanging. That's far bigger deal than money. I make plenty of money here. I'm not complaining about the money one bit. That is not what this is about. But it's the and not calling my OOC back. If they don't want to talk to me, they think they're, which I think's weird. I think it's weird when when somebody works for a trucking company and doesn't want to talk to drivers, but they don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Call my OOC and let him tell me. But to avoid me, to not return my calls, is a problem. And to try to tell me I can't go home because I didn't schedule it or get permission for it, that's not gonna sit well with me. There's probably drivers that they can tell that to, and they'll bow their head and take it. I'm not that guy. Hey, Todd, just woke up fully. I'm here to support you, buddy. This load I emptied on at 4 AM was BS. Really, what was the deal on it? Creek Carrier. Yes, it is true that Swift bought US Express. They are trying to keep them as two separate companies, kind of like Knight and Swift did. Um, there's I think it's kind of like the NASCAR sponsorship. I don't think it had the morale boost that they hoped it would have. Hopefully, it'll lead to US Express being a better company than what they're currently. But yeah, they that did go through there. Uh, I think I remember I did a video on it. Seemed like it was sometime in the third quarter that was supposed to all get finalized, but I don't remember specifically what I said in that video. So at Swift, if you get their forward facing camera, truck runs 70 on the cruise, 72 on the pedal. If you don't get their camera, say you have your own insurance or something like I do, 68 on the cruise, 70 on the pedal. And that's if it hadn't changed. Who knows? In 15 minutes, they may change it. Let me go ahead and throw this disclaimer out there. By the way, if anything I say about Swift Sounds too good to be true. Please ask the recruiter. I do not work for Swift. I'm an independent contractor contracted to Swift. Anything I say can and might be wrong because they've changed it again. So check with them for the latest information. The information I'm sharing with you is true to the best of my knowledge. And so there we go. So sad that the leadership seems to know all about the abusive nature of this guy because he has good relations with companies in the Midwest. Who are we talking about? So sad that the leadership seems to know about the abusive nature of this guy because he has good relations with companies in the Midwest. Who are we talking about, Christian? Yes, Gary. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Terry really likes Crete, so um, if anything I say dissuades you from Swift, check out Crete Carriers. Swift load boards beta makes me lean that way now because what I really want to do is run load boards myself. I worked at Swift before years ago, got my start there, and my experience was very positive. Okay, let's talk about the load board. I normally do that at the start of the show. The load board, we had a meeting today. I was having technical difficulties. Couldn't hear them. They couldn't hear me. I was kind of in and out. So I missed most of it. Best I could tell, there wasn't a whole lot of developments today to speak of. Sounded like they were saying something was going to happen on Thursday. If it does, I will share that with you in the Thursday meeting, or I mean in the Thursday live stream, and we'll go from there. The Swift load board, though, everybody's really excited about it, and there's some things you ought to know before you get too excited. The first thing is it only has 005 freight. So that is solo over the road freight. That's not your Walmart stuff. It's not your Target stuff. That's not your Costco stuff. That's not your home goods stuff. So there's not a lot of freight on there. There is some freight. Some locations have more than other. It You're still going to find yourself working with dispatch a lot to get a load. And so, um, the other thing you need to know about the load board before you get excited, they've been working on it for 3 years. And when it launches full to the public, right now we're currently getting paid for the first 100 miles of deadhead. If it's more than that, we got to call in and get it approved to get paid. When it goes live and everybody can be on it, there will be no pay for deadhead. Now, I realize what you're saying. That's the way it is on most load boards. However, most load boards, you're paid a percentage. You can negotiate the rate, so it offsets that. Here, you're going to be on the same solo over the road mileage pay, but you're not going to get paid for deadhead, which is going to result in a 15 to 20% cut in pay. Their answer to that is going to be if you don't want to lose that pay, then you need to be dispatched. And that's what they're going to do to dissuade guys from being on the load board. Now, that's what they've told me so far. I've got text messages to prove that that's what they told me. Who knows? In 3 hours, they may change it again. Is anyone else sitting like me? Swift has me stuck in Washington State. What's going on? Well, it's funny you ask because that's kind of what tonight's deal was about. So, uh, everywhere I've gone, they tell me it's bad freight, no freight. It's terrible. And then when I try to call this load, they say we don't have any trucks. So I'm not sure how you can not have any trucks and not have any freight at the same time, but Swift has figured out a way to do that. Sorry, folks, still having mouse problems. I may have to get an external mouse. This one on here kind of works when it wants to. And this is a brand new laptop too. Come on. Almost there. You're welcome, Christian. Mark got diesel today at Love's for 284 a gallon. There you go. Sounds like we're in the same neighborhood. Where you at now, Mark? Oh, really, Dale? My wife is from that area. I don't want to say on here where she's from, but yeah, we're all through that area all the time, or not all the time, but we go through there quite a bit. And she goes up there 2 or 3 times a year and sees family. Miles per gallon depends on what part of the country I'm running and how heavy my load is and how fast I'm going. And I mean, there's a million factors that go into it. Typically, I find myself between 8 and 9.5. So 8.0 to 9.5, but it really does vary a lot. Also, winter diesel blends when you're up north will also hurt your fuel economy. So it's a really tough question to answer just point blank like this, but yeah, it can vary a little depending on how hard I'm managing it. Here lately, I've just been running as hard as I can, and it's dropped a little. I'm around 8.3, 8.4, right in that area. And I've been hauling heavier loads. This load I got right now is almost 45,000 pounds, and I'm having to idle tonight because it's hot. Let's see. Yeah, that's going on a lot right now. They're letting this camera controversy that everybody told me was overreacting. It was no big deal. Swift said, "We're not going to coach. We're not going to coach." And then it turned out they were going to coach, and they said, "Oh, we're not coaching. We're just talking to drivers." Well, Maurice found out they are coaching because he's unemployed now. Okay, let's go up. It's sorry, folks, I lost my mouse again. Soon as it comes back up, we'll get the next comment. So, freedom, the wrench means that if you see somebody that says something off the wall, you can click on their name and you can time them out. You can block them. You can hide them from I guess hide them from the channel, same thing. Uh, it basically means I know you, I trust you, and you kind of help keep the comments under control. It's really important when we have guests on here. I've had them when we have female guests, they'll come on, say something inappropriate, and it's just you kind of help me keep the chats clean. It's okay to disagree with me. Sometimes we'll get people on here that'll disagree with me. That's fine. We're not like some channels where we don't allow any disagreement, but we try to keep it respectful and, you know, along those lines. If you're not sure what to do on somebody, time them out the first time, and then if they continue to be a problem, we can always hide them from the channel. When they're hid from the channel, they can still watch, they just can't comment anymore. Thank you, Jesse J. I appreciate that. We got a bunch coming the next few weeks. We're gonna be interviewing a lot of people. Like I said, next Tuesday, we want Thursday. The Thursday format for now is just me, but I'm getting so behind on the interviews that I may have to start interviewing people on Thursday too. So, if you're not subscribed, to make sure you are, because there's a lot of great stuff coming up in the coming weeks. Daryl says he lost his channel, but he's back. Great. Are you are you willing to tell us the name of your OOC? I would rather not do it in here because when I do that, he gets 30 people wanting to join his board. I will tell you that I'm out of the Oklahoma City terminal, and there's two gentlemen there that are really, really good OOCs. If you email me, I can tell you who they are. Their boards are pretty full, so I don't know if you'll get on with them or not, but they are both really great guys. And I've never had a crossword with either one of them. And you guys might find this hard to believe. I can be difficult to deal with. I know you're shocked, but they're both great, all joking aside. And so if I have to make a change at some point, it won't be because of either one of these guys. And by the way, the terminal manager in Oklahoma City is a really great guy too. If you get a chance to go in there and meet the gang, it's a small terminal, but there's a lot of good people there. The shop is really good there too. If you need to get some work done, they'll have you in and out. They're usually not real busy. The Oklahoma City terminal is kind of a Swift's best kept secret for places to go if you need work done or if you're looking for a good OOC. Have you had any problems with your Cascadia in terms of sensors and emission systems? No, not a one. I hope I'm not jinxing myself right now. I am supposed to go in for some kind of recall. Swift won't tell me what it is, but I don't know what that recall is or how long it'll take to fix or nothing like that. Also, I accidentally left my truck on PC, and this company, without warning me at all, removed the PC option on my ELD. So frustrating. Yeah, I have heard at Swift, if you get caught using your PC uh, incorrectly, that they can break your contract over it. Now, I could see them taking it off your ELD, but seems a little excessive to fire somebody on a first offense. They said especially if you're caught using it to advance, and I get it, that's a no-no. But it looks like the first time they'd take it away for, 60 days or something, or grop you out pretty good, not break your contract over it. But that's just what I hear. Who knows? Good evening, Trucker Jason. Thanks for being here. Let me get down and get some more comments. Not that it makes it okay, but maybe US Express acquisition has the company a bit distracted. I don't know. They're so huge. They can kind of walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't think that's it. I think it's corporate stuff going on. Sometimes the suits will come up with ideas that maybe aren't the best ideas without consulting. What they should do is bring in, and I realize nobody cares what the drivers think, but bring in a couple of your most successful drivers and say, hey, we're thinking about doing A, B, and C. What do you guys think? And you may tell the drivers to go fly a kite and not do anything they say, but at least hear some opposing views and kind of get a well rounded idea of what the changes you're suggesting are going to do when you implement them. They changed the appointment twice, was 9 a.m., then 7 a.m., then 5 a.m. And I got there at 5, gave me a door, and they didn't start unloading until 9. Then by 10, they had to be finally unloaded. Yeah, that's over the road. You'd probably expect that at any company. So I believe I know where Christian works. It's not Swift, but he has an abusive dispatcher. I would be trying to get another one if I were you. Let's see what we got here. Hello, enjoyed you Matt's videos. That was True Trucker Todd about the governance speeds. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I wish I could do a lot more of that. This time at Matt's, I focused on meeting a lot of people and setting up a lot of interviews. I'm going to be going to some more truck shows this year. There's an expedited one in June or July I'm going to try to go to. I'm going to try to go to the Iowa 80. It's looking like I may even be at some booths there so you guys can come up and meet me. I may be doing some live streams there, some things like that. So I'm going to start being a lot more visible than what I've been. And part of it's because I met a lot of people, but I do want to get some more of those truck videos and get them out to you guys because they've had a lot of positive feedback and everybody likes looking at them. And actually, they're kind of fun to shoot. That one that I did where I'm showing that big sleeper with the shower and everything, almost uploaded one where I was, like, mad and yelling at some kids 'cause they kept jumping in my shot. Folks, if you take your kids to a truck show, try to be respectful of everybody. I'd have people stand in front of the cameras while I was trying to film trucks, or they'd send their kids in there, and their kids are jumping on the couches while I'm trying to film it. Uh, I realize I'm gonna get in trouble saying this, but man, I just don't know. I was about to lose my marbles, and Fly Rabbit was trying to help me. He told he told them I was shooting a video, and then they got their kids, but I was about to lose my marbles. Okay, Mouse is acting up again. We'll have it in a second. I mentioned before, was it okay to accept abuse from a dispatcher? I don't think it's okay to accept abuse from anybody. That's just my 2 cents worth. But it's even worse when you're a independent contractor. You're paying to be there, and they need to treat you with the same respect you're treating them with. And I would say that goes both ways. It's not right to treat them bad either. Everybody needs to treat everybody the way they want you to be treated. Yeah, I agree with Jason. I'd get rid of him. He went to cussing at me. I'd warn him once. Next time, I'd have a different dispatcher. There's just no place for that. We all have a bad day, and if that's what's happening with him, then when he realizes that he needs to come back and apologize to you. The leadership seems to know that this guy's a jerk and protects him. Yeah, he may be related to the owners or something. Okay, I may be missing some comments here. Will it work better than the Zonar? Will what work better than the Zonar? Because he has relationships with customers in the Midwest. Well, then maybe they just need to talk to him about the way he treats drivers. If they like the way he treats customers, maybe they need to talk to him about the way he treats drivers. So here's another thing that's changed. Did I have to take a road test before I started as an IC? I did not, but now, from what I understand, they are making some people, and I even heard they're making everybody now. For a while, if you had prior Swift experience, which I did, they didn't make you. But from what I understand, they're starting to require road tests. So again, that'd be one of those areas you'd want to check with the recruiter because they seem to change the rules or make them up as they go. That doesn't make too much sense, Christian. If he has a good relationships in the customer, yeah, I agree. Maybe he's got a beef with drivers for some reason or something. I don't get it. Hey, KB, cool. Thanks for being here. Did Coach quit yet? That's the $1 million question. I'm gonna take my hat off because it's hot in here. That is the $1 million question. I have not heard either way from Coach about if he's worked here. Nobody in the office has told me anything, and so I really can't answer that question. Mouse is froze again. Give me just a second. We'll get back into your questions. I worked for Crete 1/2 day. Face blue, smiling, face red. So you lasted a half day there, Freedom. All right, mouth freezing again. We'll get to the comments here quickly. Hopefully, my other laptop that quit working had a touch screen, and I could just reach up there and touch stuff. This one doesn't have a touch screen. It's a gaming laptop. It does play John Madden and Call of Duty really well, though. I just never have time to do it. You would think so. He was borderline threatening to me. So they don't like to change OOCs, but you can. As you guys know, I have a different one now than I did when I started. Typically, they're going to try to encourage you to work things out with them before you switch. And you would technically or typically start with the terminal manager of either the terminal you're currently at or the one you want to go to. But they're definitely going to try to see if they can work things out with your current one before they let you switch. They don't like to do it because they don't want you switching every time you don't get your way. Why people complaining all companies going to have their good and bad. That is true. That is true. Every company has their good and bad. It's just what is your line in the sand? What is your breaking point where you can't take anymore? My OC is great. He was a driver leader, then moved into OOC position after Sue Smith moved to owner operator. All righty, so you're out of the Ocala terminal or Ocala. I never say that right. Y'all forgive me. Does Swift inform you exactly how many points or exactly what violations would put your contract in jeopardy? Yeah, you can go on the portal and it's in the same section as like where you see your pending settlements and stuff. Go down towards the bottom. I believe it's called apps. You click there and then you can see your smart drive points. It's a little fuzzy as to what the criteria are to get fired. I did have a guy the other day that he sent me some dash cam video. He was just making a corner and the camera said he made the corner too fast and it gave him 350 points and they were threatening to fire him. And I haven't heard back from him to see if he got fired or just chewed out real good. But I mean, the video, it's clear that he wasn't driving dangerously. And I don't believe he took the corner too fast, or it didn't look like it in the video I saw. Okay, let's see here. Going down a little more. Folks, I'm sorry. This is fun trying to get this to work. It will go up there in a minute. By next week, or maybe by Thursday, if I can get to a store, I'll get me a external mouse and hopefully it'll be better. Just throwing it out there, LOL. Eastern Regional Planner. I got a story about this one. I'm gonna bring this up. I just saw a Walmart guy without his uniform on. So when I was at Matt's, one of their people that they had there recognized me and tried to get me to go to work for them. And I said, no, 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 I'm not interested. And I said, but hey, they said, oh, we've changed everything. We don't have the cell phone or the cell phone policy anymore. We don't micromanage. We're a lot better company now. I said, well, if that's true, come on my show. Let's talk about it. Let's tell people the positive changes you've made. And they said they had to get with their legal department. Now that should be another red flag. If you're that worried about things, then never mind. Uh, does anybody here think their legal department's going to let them come on my show? I doubt it, but I've never had somebody say I can't come on the show without talking to the legal department first. Oh, okay, thanks. All right, John, or come on, mouse. Don Carr, the load board, will it work better than the Zonar? It actually works pretty good. It's real simple, which is not a criticism. That's will be easy to train people how to use it, but people think it's going to be all inclusive of all of the Swift freight, and it's not. It's just solo over the road dry van freight. No reefer, no flatbed, no Walmart, Costco, Target, any of those on there. It's pretty limited. Now they are planning to add more stuff over time, but it's took them 3 years to get here, and they're telling people they're going to have it out in August. I just don't see it happening. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. I think that's extremely optimistic. I had somebody tell me the other day that they believe, actually, it was one of their major planners, one of their three nationwide over the road planners told me that they would be surprised if it was done a year from now, 12 months from now. But who knows? Is this the only time that you've had problems with communications from the company? Um, To this degree, maybe. You're always going to have an occasional issue, a random issue. It's getting worse though. I've never had an issue to where they wouldn't return my calls. They wouldn't return my OOC calls. Usually when I make a call, they answer the phone. And I realize that I'm a little spoiled and I'm not mad about that. But like I said, if the answer is no, just tell me no. If you don't want to talk to me, send me a Zonar message. Just put no, 2 letters, and that's fine. But don't make up some bogus BS that I can see right through. Sorry to air my dirty laundry. No, it's okay, man. I'm glad you're here. Um, that abusive dispatcher is not going to work though. That needs to get handled. And I'm not saying go in there and drive your truck through his office or beat him up or nothing like that, but he needs an attitude adjustment by the company or you need a different dispatcher. Good evening, Todd. Glad to hear from you. Are you still trying to get some Swift company drivers on your show to give information on the company side or maybe recruiters on various opportunities? We've kind of backburnered that for now, just because there's so many things changing at Swift right now that I don't want to put out any bad information. I'm really trying to get away from even um, mentioning Swift a whole lot until we get some of this stuff figured out. But I am going to try to get some on at some point. Me and Swift hit heads really hard the last 2 days. So there may be some changes coming. And I just don't want to book a lot of Swift related people until the dust kind of settles and we see where we're both at. Mouse is froze again. Come on. Good friend Joe Wentz is here. Sorry, I'm behind on your videos, Joe Wentz. I got to get caught up. Good evening, my friend, listening as I'm heading to deliver this load of milk. Hello, sorry about being late. No problem. I'm just glad you're here. You can always catch the replay too if you miss part of the show. I just been telling everybody about my recent issues with Swift. I was watching a podcast, and I guess the experts are expecting a 9% decrease in dry van freight coming here soon. Ever think reefer might be a good move these days? Actually, the majority of my driving has been in a reefer, and I don't miss it at all. I'm not going to say I wouldn't never do it, but I'm going to avoid it as long as I can. Yeah, we had Mark was on here earlier, and he said he got fuel here in Dallas at the Loves for 2 something a gallon today. But 325, I think, is a pretty good price in most places. About 20 minutes before I come on tonight, they messaged my OOC and he sent me a text. Is the night lease program identical to Swift? The last time I looked, it was different, but they've changed so much stuff. I haven't looked lately. I couldn't tell you. That might be a good video for me to do at some point. Compare the two leases. Sorry, mouse is still giving me trouble. I'm gonna get this fixed. It was working great before I went live, and you guys can't see this, but there's a second me in the green room. I could actually put two of me on the screen right now. It's kind of crazy. That may be why this thing's acting up too. Not if they don't want to tell the truth, they won't. Yeah, maybe. All right, where's my cursor again? Yeah, I believe so. I think most companies now are recording the calls. You can't really blame them in this day and age. Exactly. They've been saying the load board would be done for several years now. KB Rudolph is here, really. Um, I was asking Shannon Thomas about him the other day. He hasn't put any videos out in a long time, and I got to meet him at the Lancaster Dart Terminal once. He's a pretty cool dude. Um, so yeah, if he's here, say hi if you're here, KB. Let's see here. Soon Smith is the best OOC out of Ocala. I think you're talking about Sue. They also have a planner that's named Soon, but I think people are getting the two confused. Sorry, I'm still having, man, it's cold in here. Good, the truck turned off. Maybe it'll, I don't know. I'm hearing myself from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. All right, I reached out to the young lady that you referred as recruiter. I'm interested. Okay, yeah, if you haven't heard from Michelle and it's been a couple of days, email me at todd@truckertodd.net. It's in the little banner below the screen. It's below my name. Email me your name and phone number, and I'll reach out to her and get her in touch with you. She gets so many calls that sometimes one will fall through the cracks, and I'll do that for you. It'll be tomorrow morning. She's in Eastern time, so she's long gone, but I'll get with her in the morning and let her know you're trying to reach. Sorry, mouse is froze again. This is, I can't tell you how frustrating this is. I'm trying. It's catching up slowly, I think. If I can get my mouse to work, I'll get back to y'all's questions here in just a second. KB is a real celebrity like Todd. He is a YouTuber over at Dart. He used to put out a lot of videos and he hadn't put nothing out in a while. And I was kind of wondering about him. So I reached out to Shannon Thomas, who is also another YouTuber at Dart. And I said, "Hey, have you heard out of KB?" And she said she talks to him sometimes. And I told him that I to tell him I said hi and to holler at me sometime if he needed anything. And I haven't heard from him. But I was just wondering if he's going to make YouTube videos again, if he was still at Dart, some things like that. And they said he's in the chat, but I haven't seen him yet. How much you averaging over there, miles and pay after expenses? So I've been averaging about 2,500 a week. Miles are usually 25, 2,800. But I do some things to maximize my revenue. Like I have my own fuel card, which is in the description. I also use Mudflap sometimes, and I know what I'm doing, and those things make a big difference. I hate giving income because everybody's going to be different, and my results will vary from yours. I know guys here that are doing better than me, and I know guys here that are doing worse than me, and so it really that's the great thing about trucking is it really just depends on you. And I already answered who KB was. An OOC is an owner operator coordinator. They're basically like a lot of companies would call a fleet manager. So let me try to answer this question if my mouse will work. On the two trucker talk, I hadn't been putting episode numbers lately. I may go back and do that later. Usually on the Thursday show, I do put episode numbers. I can look it up for you. We're probably somewhere around episode 10 now, if I was guessing. The smart drive I had to use as a company driver, now it was in my truck when I picked it up last year. They want you to tap the brake by the time by have to find to slow down and show separation. Yeah, that's one thing I'll say about Dart. Their perimeters were a little more realistic, but I don't know. I don't like driving a truck to try to please a camera. I like driving a truck to be safe. Just trying to understand, you can take your lease truck anywhere if you do a year. Depends on what lease you're in, and there is some criteria. You do have to put some money down and, handle the insurance requirements, the plates requirements, things like that. You cannot do it in an MRP lease at this time, so you would have to get a straight lease truck and, and who knows what it'll be like a year from now. It is in your contract, though. If that's something that's important to you when you talk to the recruiter, ask them about portability, but there are some requirements and criteria. It's just not something that I'm worried about because, like I said, I've got a perfectly good truck sitting at the house. Okay, thanks. Actually, let me go back to that. Michael says he's hearing voices again. It's okay to hear voices. It's not good if you start answering the voices and they're answering you back. Ongoing conversations with yourself are not good, but hearing voices, it's just a sign of getting old, I guess. Does Swift have an allow you to view load information and or don't understand the comment, but the load information is on your ELD, your Zonar, and the ELD works like most of the ELDs do. Yes, I get it now. They do have an app that you can do everything except change your log statuses. So it'll show your hours on there too, but you can read your messages, send messages, stuff like that. If Jerry came back to run Swift, it would improve. Yeah, probably. Uh, I do not miss reefer either. LOL. I started my career in reefer. Just something been on my mind lately. Yeah, I've learned to never say never, but I don't like grocery warehouses. I don't like dealing with lumpers. The loads are generally heavier, and so I'm not going to say never. It's not something that I'm excited about. Michelle will be off Thursday and Friday. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. That app isn't accurate on hours of service. Mine is. It matches right up with my Zonar. I've checked it before. I'm not sure why yours isn't accurate. I really though on that, that's not really something that's a benefit to you because typically if you need to know your hours, you're in the truck, you can just look on your Zonar. I mean, if you're at home, you know you're at home on a 34, so you know you've got your 70. So I that's not what I use it for, but sometimes if I'm not in the truck and they send me a message or something, it's nice to be able to look and see what the message is. I don't know why it did that. Still having mouse issues. We're almost there. Nick says his is usually off by about an hour one way or the other. Wow. It I wonder if it's like cell phone signal and it's not updating or something. That's weird. Yes, they do. You can look at your loads and stuff on your phone. Yep, you're right. I don't use it for that either. I got an answer about my load being taken away. It was nothing good on their half. Make drivers aware that load is being taken away like your situation. You still don't have an answer, but yeah, at least I got a call. So what Fly Rabbit is talking about here, and he sent me some footage. We're going to show his truck in a video here pretty quick. They're like randomly pulling loads off of people and not telling them why. And told us they weren't going to do that anymore. But you know, he had a load that he really wanted, and it got yanked off of him. I had one a week and a half or 2 weeks ago that got yanked off of me for no reason, and it ended up costing me about 1,200 miles that week. And you know, I don't report everything that goes on that I have a problem with. I give the company time to fix it, but I think they've had a sufficient amount of time to do an investigation and figure out what's happened. I did talk with my OOC, which is like a fleet manager, and he said they still hadn't answered him back about it either. So I'm probably never going to know, but it's causing a lot of frustration. I'm thinking maybe the load board is interfering with it somehow, or you know, it's more than likely just they needed that load for another driver or something like that. But it's really frustrating, and they're going to have to get that figured out really quick too. How far or fast can you move the truck? I believe that's an ELD requirement of 5 miles an hour. I don't think that's a company thing no more. There was a time when companies could set it, and now it's 5 miles an hour. I believe that's a requirement by DOT, if I'm not mistaken. Zonar is a newer style ELD. We have OmniTrax. Okay, there you go. OmniTrax is one of the worst in his opinion. I'm from Memphis, been driving 28 years. I remember way back when Swift was called MS Carriers. Also, are the lease trucks governed? So Swift wasn't called MS Carriers. Swift actually bought MS Carriers, and they did that. I was working at Swift at the time when they did that, and so they also it was complicated. They bought Dick Simon. They bought Central Freight, I think, Central Refrigerated. They bought several companies back then. There we go. 2000 on mine, and it was a load that got me out after Matt's. Yeah. So James was supposed to leave on Saturday, and he ended up getting to stay, or Friday, I think, leave Saturday morning. Anyway, he ended up having to stay till Monday morning because they yanked the load off of him for no reason. And they told him they were going to tell him why, and they never did it. It went transmix. Okay, there you go. I don't know if that's right or not, but okay. Still having mouse problems. Samsara is 15 miles an hour. I really believe it's a DOT requirement at 5 miles an hour, but maybe it's not. I could be wrong about that. Still fighting with my mouse. I hate saying Omni. I asked before CR England had it set up that any movement of the truck would kick you on the driving line, and one other company at least gave us a little wiggle room. Yeah, I remember an ELD I had back in the day that it didn't kick on till you got, I think it was 10 or 15 miles an hour. But I believe the requirement now is 5. And if I'm wrong, other YouTubers are going to trash me and say, I don't know what I'm talking about and all that. I'm openly saying I don't know, but I believe there is a law about that now. Trying to get the rest of the comments to come on. Y'all bear with me. Dropping off in the Colony, Texas. Where's everybody delivering? I'm here in Irving delivering in the morning. Would you recommend reefer or dry van OTR as far as mileage per week with Swift? I haven't, I don't know that I could really answer that. There's guys on reefer that claim they're killing it. There's guys on dry van that claim they're killing it. And there's guys on both sides that claim they're losing their tail and not getting any miles. It Some of it depends where you live, where you like to run. You're going to have more live loads and more live unloads in reefer, and you're definitely going to deal with more grocery warehouses. You do make a little more money cents per mile running reefer. I think it's 2 or 3 cents, but to me, it's just not worth it, especially as an independent contractor, because your loads are going to be heavier, so your fuel economy is going to be less. Also, that trailer's heavier with that big old reefer on it. I'm at a small carrier, so they may still be running an older version. Yeah, maybe. And if they ever get audited, it may change. I wouldn't tell too many people because I believe you can double check me, but I believe that that's a DOT requirement for ELDs now. Like I say, if I'm wrong, there'll be some YouTubers that'll come out and trash me and call me stupid and say that I should know these things. Had an ELD kick on at 20 odd mil. Yeah, those were the days. Of course, we didn't have yard move back then. We got yard move now. So that helps too. That was years ago, exactly. That's where I start feeling it for sure. East Coast Reefer Division is killing me financially. Yeah, we have some guys in dry van saying the same thing. So I don't think it really matters. I think it just depends. Luck of the draw, being in the right place at the right time, building good relationships with planners and stuff, and being able to talk good on the phone, things like that. Live loads and unloads can really hold up reefer haulers a lot at times. Yeah, I'll tell you another thing on reefer. It depends how they dispatch you on meat loads. I've worked for some reefer companies that they didn't dispatch you till right before the dead drop time, the DDT. And then I've worked for some that they dispatched you as soon as they got the load, and you'd go sit at a meat plant for 2 days. And so that can make a big difference as well. I'm gonna have to drink some water here in a second. Hang on. My mentors who do Northeast Regional said they make 110 a year. I'll be honest with you, that's not really that impressive because they're training students, and I make that running solo, not training anybody. Actually do a little better than that. Very good advice. I thank you, sir. Thanks, Patrick. No, Contractors Corner did not go to Matt's. They're having a seminar, uh, I think this coming week at Las Vegas, and so I think Trucker CFO is gonna make an appearance there too for one of the days. But I was saying earlier in the show, he's gonna be on their show next Tuesday, and I'm gonna cancel my show on that day so that we can all tune in and watch. I don't wanna compete against him. I like him, and, I believe he does a really good service to drivers, and so my hope is that a lot of people will watch it and that he'll be able to help a lot of drivers, and, I really hope you guys will call him and find out about him. He's a good dude, and I was wearing his hat, and I got hot in here and took it off, but I am still wearing his shirt. It's a pretty cool shirt, it's comfortable. Just looked up, ELDs are not required to collect speed or braking to be in compliance. Yeah, that's all this, other stuff that these companies are putting on the trucks. But now from what I understand, the manufacturers are putting it on their standard equipment. But they've got other ways to figure out your speed. It's called compression. They look at how far you went. For example, if you went from Dallas to Texarkana and you did it in, uh, say, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, they divide the 200 and something miles by how long it took you to do it, and they'd figure out what your average speed was and would say you were speeding. California does that a lot too. The braking and all that, that's these forward-facing cameras that a lot of companies are putting on the trucks. East Coast ain't it. I'm trying to get switched to Great Lakes Regional. Yeah, it just rains all the time up there and it's so cold. Oh, I appreciate you, Keith. Yeah, we agree on that. We're talking about different things. The things you're talking about are forward-facing camera related. What the other guys were talking about is when you hit 5 miles an hour, it switches from off duty to the drive line. Now, when I'm on yard move, it switches at, I think, 20 miles an hour. No, they from what I understand, they have a diverse audience, and, so there you go. I don't even think you can be, on, a viewer of Contractors Corner to go to their seminar in Las Vegas. I'm currently waiting for my ticket in the mail as I can't wait to go there and see what they can teach me. That's where I live, LOL. Oh, okay, well, if you live there, it's not bad. I know if you wanna buy a classic car, that they're all in Michigan. Like, every seems like every classic car I want's in Michigan. That's a long way from Texas. Sorry to hear this. I was currently considering Swift, and I almost decided, but I guess I'll hold for now. In the time that I've followed you, you have been characterized by your honesty. I appreciate that. That's the best compliment I can get. And, if me and them work things out in the next week or so, then I'll come on here and say, say that we worked it out and everything's good. And if things get worse and some changes have to be made, then I'll tell you about that too. But I'm not gonna lie to you guys, and, I appreciate y'all coming along for the ride. Boy, oh boy, do you remember Dick Simon? Then became Central, then became Swift. Oh, yeah, I remember those days. They used to have really pretty trucks, but they just had that stupid skunk on the side of them. Thumbs up, guys. Todd does a good job. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. I live in Michigan, LOL. If you want, I'll go look at them for you. Better yet, go buy them for me, and I'll bring a trailer and we'll hang out for the day and I'll pick the car up. The Dick Simon family has had so much tragedy. Uh, I'm noticing that they're back around again. They just call them Simon now. I've seen several Simon trucking that have the little skunk and everything. Will says, agreed. Hit the thumbs up for Todd. Thank you guys. Nick says he's in. So Nick's going to start buying cars for me. He'll warehouse them up there for me. And then I'll get a trailer, go pick them up, and I'll take him to a nice steak dinner while I'm up there, and we'll have a good old time. That's what I need. I need like a classic Mustang Mach 1. I need it because I'm not a Chevy guy. I need to get rid of that Corvette and get me like a classic Mustang. And you guys are gonna think I'm weird. I like the Mustang 2s also, the little ones, 74 through 78. I don't like the 74s because the biggest engine you could get's a six-cylinder, but 75 through 78 is, I've had 5 or 6 of them. They're pretty cool little cars. Okay, we got another comment here. I'm gonna catch some heat for that too. You can ask to change that guy for another, but maybe things will change for the better. Yeah, yeah, that's, the guy that's having the abuse from the dispatcher, he works for a different company, though, he's not at Swift. Yeah, everybody, complains about the cars that they only had, like, 140 horsepower, but the Camaros and everything back then didn't have any horsepower. The Camaros of the same year is like 160, 170 horsepower, but they were a lot heavier. Those little cars, they did okay for the time, and, I think they look cool, and a lot of people think they were, a rebadged Pinto, and there's actually, I think only I read an article, only like 17% of the parts were shared with a Pinto. They were based on the same, design, and they do kinda look like an enlarged Pinto, but, man, they're good cars, and the value on 'em's really gone up. My dream car would be like a '78 Mustang King Cobra, and that was basically a Trans Am knockoff that Ford Mustang made. It had the Cobra on the hood instead of the, Screaming Chicken that the Trans Am had. But, yeah, they're not a bad car. They did some stuff to help the lack of power because of emissions. They put smaller wheels. I think they had 13s or 14s on them. But, yeah, that's, I can't believe we got off on that subject, but if I could find a '78 King Cobra with the T-tops and everything, especially either black or red, I'd be all in, especially black. Yes, sir, you are correct, and motion speed cannot exceed 5 miles an hour to kick on driveline. Sorry for the confusion. Hate Mustang too, by the way. That's alright, a lot of people do. It's okay. I also like the Ford Probe GT that almost became the Mustang replacement. I was selling cars when those came out, and I sold a ton of those cars, and, they turned out to not be the greatest car in the world. They had some reliability issues, but I thought they were kinda cool cars. Yes, I'm still with Swift. We're having some terms of endearment this week, but I'm still at Swift. Oh, my OOC is awesome. No, I matter of fact, a while back, I thought about doing reefer because I thought it might make it easier to get home living where I live, and, I found out if I switched to reefer, I lost my OOC. And I said, "That's a deal breaker right there. If I can't keep him, I don't wanna do anything that takes my ability to work from him away." Gas prices went up back in '74 to '78. They were bad handling cars at higher speeds. Get a '70 Mach 1 with a 351 Cleveland. Yeah, that's another car I like. I like those. They're just big, and, I don't know, my Mach 1, I had a, what was it? 75 or 76 Mach 1, and I had it up in triple digits, and it handled pretty well, but it's because they had those little tires on them. They make you can get bigger tires on them, and, put some wheel spacers and stuff, and you can do some improvements. But they actually a lot of people use that Mustang 2 suspension in hot rods. If you look in your hot rod magazines, it's actually a good handling car, and GM did the same thing. Performance was really down. That '75 Corvette Stingray I got, it's not a fast car. It's the slowest car I got, but it'll take corners well. Probably the only thing that takes better corners than my Corvette is my cop car. Can't believe we're having a Mustang 2 discussion. This is hilarious. I'm looking for a Volvo V70. Yeah, Volvo cars, a lot of people say they're ugly, but they always got really good safety ratings. I miss T-tops. I've had several Camaros and a TA with them, including one with Hurst T-tops. Yes, Hurst did design T-tops for Trans Am. I'm not crazy. I had a friend in high school that his brother had a Hurst Olds, like from the '80s. It had the two shifters. It was a pretty cool car, but they never let me drive it. And my friend Brennan, that I bought the Volvo truck from, he just got one of the really hot Dodge Challengers, like I think the 700 horsepower one, whatever, 6 speed. And he's, I don't know if he's serious or not, but he's talking about letting me drive it next time I'm up there. So that'll be a lot of fun. If I can talk him into that, we'll try to make a video about that. Oh, Christian, Christian. The truth is, I like both of them for different reasons, and I do have a personal preference. I probably shouldn't share it on here, but I could get behind either one of those guys. I could vote for either one of them, and I hope they'll run on the ticket together. No politics, please. How many cars you got? I got 4 vehicles right now, and I got kind of a car thing. I love cars. I'm like your Jay Leno or your Tim Allen. I love collecting cars, but my wife has told me I can't have any more cars till I sell one. So we're also wanting to get like a four-wheeler or a golf cart or something. So I really need to get rid of some stuff before I buy anything else. I'll keep my 2018 Shelby with 1,050 horsepower, 6-speed manual. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a car right there. Colby, may be my fault. I had some problems with my email not not sending out emails, and I got back a bunch of error messages. I'll resend the email in the morning from a different email and make sure she gets back to you. Again, she may be innocent in that one, but I'll find out tomorrow morning. Uh, Incidentally, I'm glad you brought that up. If any of you have emailed me, say in the last week and a half, well, since I started the website, if any of you have emailed me and I have not responded to you, or I said I would do something and I haven't done it yet, like get Michelle to call you, shoot me another email, let me know, remind me, and I'm going to jump on that first thing in the morning. I promise you. I just found out Michelle's going to be off Thursday and Friday, so get your emails in quick, and I'll make sure that she gets a hold of you tomorrow before she leaves. I had the Hurst T tops. I've had 17 Camaros or Trans Ams. Wow, that's insane. My son really likes Camaros, especially from the '70s, '80s. My oldest son, the mechanic, and so he's had several as well. Keith Smith, what's up? Twisted D is here. Glad to have you, Twisted. Your pickup is your quickest car, isn't it? I think it probably is. It's a little over 500 horsepower. It's just heavy, with those 35s on it. I mean, for what it is, it's really quick, but it'll tow my travel trailer like it's not even back there. And so yeah, I love the truck. It's my favorite thing to drive. Sometimes, but it's that EcoBoost 6 cylinder, so it sounds like crap even with an exhaust on it. So I like driving the cop car sometimes for that V8 grumble and the way it hugs the road. I've completely redone the suspension on the cop car, and I actually put the cop car tires on it, the Goodyear RSAs or GSAs or whatever they are, and it really hugs the road. And I've had it up to, I think, about 120 or 30 miles an hour. It'll scoot, but it's not a takeoff quick car. I think my pickup would probably beat it from the takeoff. But that pickup, once you get to about 100 in it, with 35s on it, it feels dangerous. And I've had it a lot faster than that, but I'd want to put smaller tires on it before I went very fast on it. There are multiple Simon family trucking businesses. Well, there you go. I did not know that. Thanks, Norman. I'm friendly with Kelly Simon. Great family, nice people. Why don't you have them email me and let's see if we can get them on the show. I'd be happy to talk about other trucking companies. I'm pretty booked up, so it may be 2 or 3 months before I can get them on. But I'd love to talk to them if they want to come on. And I'd also like to know if they're contended or if they're in any way affiliated with the old Dick Simon Trucking Company. The Hearst T-tops were actually smaller than the typical Trans Am T-top. I prefer the normal, but only made a couple of years in the late '70s and had a matching six-speed shifter. So my Corvette has, I guess it's called a moonroof. They're the T-tops, but without glass. They're metal. And when I was coming back from Dallas in it, it started separating. And so I bought some replacement T-tops, and I've got to run them to a body shop and get them painted. But yeah, that Corvette's pretty fun. If I keep it, I'm gonna switch out the 4-speed and put a 6-speed in it, so it does a little bit better on the highway. It's torture to drive that car on the highway. At 70, it's like 3,500 RPMs, and I'd like it to be around 2,000 at 70, 1,800, 2,000. Hey, Big Dog Twisted D, my man, best trainer at prime. Guessing you got a Crown. Yep, E71 Crown Vic. Hello, guys and gals. Also, if you guys want to see those cars, I've got videos out, my pickups out there, the cop cars out there. Um, let's see what else is out there. Pickup, cop car. I don't have my wife's vehicle on there. I do have the Corvette on there. So yeah, 3 out of the 4 is on there if you guys want to go back and check those videos out. Sorry about the politics. We hear enough of that. Yeah, surprisingly, I have not got to hear a lot of it lately. I've been so buried in phone calls that I've missed a lot of it. Don't know what's going on. Sounds like Trump's about to be arrested or might be arrested. But I'm like I say, I need to go back and learn about all that. Hey, Scott, thanks for being here. I bet if you busted one of those, you'd have a hard time finding a replacement. I have 2 sets somewhere. Man, you could probably sell those for all the money. Also, I'll tell you something else that's crazy expensive. Atari Jaguar video game systems. And I've yet to play an Atari Jaguar video game that I was really impressed with, but man, they've got ridiculously expensive. I'm talking like 800, $900. And it's even Atari 2600s like we had in the '70s, going for like 250, $300. Video game consoles, classic video games have just skyrocketed. Yeah, we just dipped our toes in politics. We're off of it now. We're back to talking cars and trucking. Got me ready to spend money I don't have if we keep discussing these older muscle cars. It's yeah, it's just something about, with this big push to EV and electric and all that. It's nice to hop in an old school V8 that grumbles and you don't see 6 million of them on the road. it Like I say, that Corvette's fun to drive sometimes. I wouldn't want it as a daily driver, and I dang sure don't want to drive it on a 300 or 400 mile trip again. That was torture, but I wouldn't mind loading it on the trailer and driving it around a little bit. I got a good friend, John, that's in the comments sometimes that lives near Bowling Green, Kentucky, and he's trying to get me to go up there and go hunting with him. He's got some property and everything, and I wouldn't mind going when there's Corvette stuff up there and taking my car there and then going out and going hunting with him. And so that's something we may do this next year. Yeah, I just looked at them. The other classic Atari 2600 is like $300 without a box. Yeah, it's nuts. There is a Dick Simon trailer at the Swift Atlanta terminal. Someone plastered. That's an inside joke between me and Freedom Works. That's funny. So, yeah, speaking of Atari, I've got the new Atari VCS. I guess it came out about a year ago. The critics have been mean to that console, but I've really enjoyed mine. I've actually got, I believe, 3 of them. One of them at the house, one of them on the truck, and then I bought one that's still new in the box in case I ever wanna sell it. But, it's a really good console for retro gaming, and it'll also play Xbox Live, do some of your modern stuff too. So, but it's all digital, and I guess all the consoles are going that way. You can't put a disc in it, but you can download games. I used to scrape floorboards for spare change for gas with the 455 rocket in my old '79 TA. Couldn't start it today for less than a dollar probably. Yeah, I had a buddy when I lived in Colorado City that he took an old beat up junk Firebird, like from the '70s, and he put a 455 in it. And my first wife had a dentist appointment in Lubbock, and my car had broke down. He said, "Oh, you can take my Firebird to her dentist appointment." And that car, we were doing like 110, 120 the whole way. It was just purring. I wasn't nowhere near all that car would do. I had never drove anything with just endless speed like that car had. And I told him, I said, "Hey, if you ever want to sell that car, I want to buy it." But when he welded the motor mounts and everything, he didn't get something right because it seemed like about every 3 or 4 months he had to put U joints in it or a transmission or something. Something wasn't lined up right. But man, that car was fun to drive. And he went and sold it and didn't tell me. I'd have bought it if he'd have told me. I'm doing great. My good friend Chris Morris is here. I passed through his stomping grounds earlier today and didn't get to stop because I was trying to get over here and deliver this load early. Are you home right now, Chris? For those that don't know, Chris is going through training right now with Swift, and he's a good friend. He's the one that I hung out with in Little Rock. We went to the MacArthur Museum. We went to the Clinton Presidential Library. I kind of spent the day with him. We had a good time. Uh, he's got a great uh, he's got a great family there. So any advice for the 90-degree back? Yeah, it's all in the setup. And the thing you want to do is don't worry about how many pull-ups you got to do or how long it takes you to do it. Get out and look if you need to look if you're not sure. It's one of those deals that I wish you could go through the Top Gun program because that little computer system they got kind of helps you visualize it before you do it. If I happen to pass through Edwardsville in the coming days, I'll show you in my truck how to do it. It's not hard, and it's an important back that you'll do a lot in your driving career. The one for me that's a lot harder than that, honestly, is a 45-degree back. And I say harder. I can do it now because I've been driving so long, but I'd rather do a 90-degree back than a 45-degree back. Still in Edwardsville. His test is coming Monday. Nick had a '85 Monte Carlo SS with a 455. Needed a better trans. Yeah, I bet. Man, in a light car like that, I bet that'd be borderline dangerous. That's a great idea. Let me see what I can do. Yeah, let me throw this out here for all of ooh, if I don't break my laptop. For all of you guys, if you work at a company or you know people at a company and you think they're pretty good people and you'd like them to come on here, I'd be happy to interview them. I'm not going to ambush them or something like that. Um, I'll ask them fair questions, but you know, no company is for everybody and no company is bad for everybody. just like this Simon company that me and Freedom are talking about, they might have something that worked great for one of you guys. And so I'll be happy to bring them on, interview them, and find out what they're offering, what they're proud of, what they do, what they don't do. And that'll save you guys some time and it'll give me content for the show as well. Like I say, I think the next few weeks are pretty well booked up on Tuesdays, but I will try to work them in. And if we have an instance like tonight where, you know, somebody cancels at the last minute, I may can squeeze them in sooner. Trucker CFO has volunteered to come in when I have a cancellation. But honestly, um, I'm trying to think how to say this. He's a he's a big guy. He's on Sirius XM. He's really knowledgeable, and I don't want to bring him on here and not have a lot of really good questions for him. His time's very valuable, and I want to make sure that I maximize his time. So while I appreciate his offer, maybe I need to put back some questions and just in case or something. Because if I bring him on, I don't want him to just be a co-host. I want to take advantage of all the knowledge and information he can share and help as many of you as he can. Why is your town destroyed? Did something go through Little Rock I don't know about? Please do. Did they have tornadoes or something there the other day? Scariest car I was ever in, buddy. Put a 460 in a Pinto. Never again. Going down 75, went past the car, almost went sideways. Yeah, my pickup's a little scary. We were coming back from uh, seeing my parents in East Texas, and there was a little rain on the street, and I goosed that pickup after, when I was trying to get around a car, and it got sideways. I almost lost it on the highway, and you wouldn't expect it to do that with 35s on it, but when those turbos pull up, that thing will freaking get it. I've almost lost it a couple of times. I can just imagine, though, that's a lot of weight on the front axle of a Pinto. There's a phone app called My US Trucking Skills that is a game about different backs. There you go, Chris. Download that phone app that he's talking about, the My US Trucking Skills, and maybe it'll give you some ideas. Chris says, "Sorry, my truck's starting." That's what the shaking is. Chris says there's tornadoes. Is your family okay? Did it get near your house? That's what I'd want to know. As long as everybody's okay, everything else can be rebuilt. Let's see here. What else we got? Okay, Chris got it, so he's gonna check it out. So it did get your house? Am I understanding you right, Chris? It did get your house? I've actually been to Chris's house. I've actually met Chris's family. I just wanna make sure everybody's okay. Says everyone is good. Several people were killed. Oh man. And it got really close to his house. Um, man, that really sucks. I had no idea. Good thing I didn't try to call you. You weren't there today. Very close, but no. Good deal. Chris said he's in Edwardsville, so I wouldn't even got to see him today. Let me know when you're back in Little Rock, Chris. He's a blast to hang out with. There's a trucking skills YouTube guy. All right, we're back. We don't have. Okay, there we go. Now we're back up. Man, it's my computer completely crashed. I'm going to go back up and try to see how many comments I missed. Hopefully we can get, hopefully we still got most of the gang here. Let's see. You guys are awesome for hanging around. Okay, there's where Chris was talking about the tornado. Chris says a lot of displaced people. Pray for Little Rock. Gary says they has golf ball size hail in Chicago earlier today. That'll do some damage. Hope I can return home Monday if I pass the DMV test. Yeah, hopefully you will. I bet you will, Chris. Chris really took it seriously, did a lot of studying. He even looked at some stuff on my truck when I was there. I feel really confident that Chris is going to do well. That Simon trailer is a storage trailer at Swift. Well, there you go. Pre-trips back in an OTR test. Yes, we did lose me, but I'm back. I had read that Microsoft Edge was not as good as Chrome for running StreamYard, and I was downloading Chrome earlier today, trying to get it in time for the show, and I didn't get it done. So when I rebooted just now, I came back in Chrome, and already my mouse is more responsive, and maybe this is going to be better. We'll start using Chrome from now on. Hey Keith, thank you for sticking with me. Keith, as a matter of fact, let's make Keith a moderator. Keith, why won't it let me make you a moderator? If he may not be here anymore. If Keith comes back, one of you guys make him a moderator. One of you guys that can. He's had a lot of good comments tonight. We're still here. Thanks, Will. I appreciate it. Let's try to go down. See what else we can get. Chris is thinking Keith. Yeah, they said there was a tornado in Little Rock that wiped out a bunch of stuff. It's pretty face stuck up there. That Keith guy's a hottie. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Yeah, this is now the Keith dating app. So any single ladies in the house that are interested in Keith, he's here all week. I know the guy you're talking about, Keith. He plays the game and tries impossible backs. I am back now. I'm trying to get around to all the comments. We were down for quite a little bit. This is only the second time this has ever happened where I was completely off the show. Yeah, he invested all kinds of money on different cameras for multi angles. I think he's foreign. The dude is a hell of a teacher and has a great community. Chris says, yeah. Chris says, we're just in here chatting. It wouldn't be Technical Tuesday if we didn't have something happen. I'll have to look that channel up. Sounds like an interesting app. I'd be interested to see it put to use. Chris is downloading it now. Yeah, I'm getting caught up now. Somebody said I'd have to restart, which I did. People are saying good things about the Ocala OOCs and load planners. That'll be my home terminal. So I've never been to that terminal. I've heard that it's not much to look at, but that they got a lot of good people there, that it's kind of a small terminal. Chris offered the advice of rebooting, which we did. When I was doing the training to drive for Swift, they only needed 40 backs. He downloaded the apps and did 1,000 backs in one night. It was a big help. Any Swift drivers in here deal with people in the Salt Lake City terminal much? I've been to that terminal a couple of times. When I was there, they were remodeling the driver's lounge, but I took a shower there. It's kind of laid out weird, but it's huge. And I haven't had any interactions with people there. I just went there and took a shower and left. Oh, come on. My mouse is freezing again. It was doing good for a second. Chris says, hope this app helps. He's been a little frustrated Monday and still need assistance with the 90. I have the pre-trip nailed and the OTR, just need help with the 90. I almost called you earlier today, Chris, but I didn't know if it was a good time or not. I was wondering how you're doing. I hadn't talked to you in a while. They have 10 different 90-degree backs that gets tighter and tighter. Chris says, awesome. Almost caught up. I'm going through them as quick as I can. As a part of Technical Tuesday, my computer decided to crash. Yeah, as soon as I tried to put my background on and everything, it crashed again. I think I got it now, though. Thanks, Will. You got this, Chris. Yeah, he's a good dude. I think he's going to be just fine. But it's good to be a little nervous because you'll take it seriously. Trying to scroll down, y'all bear with me. Keith, did we already make you a moderator? Because it's not letting me do it. I'm trying to make you a moderator. No clue, my friend. Keith is here. I be here. Thanks, Will. Mouse is still freezing up. This is nuts. And I'm in Dallas and the fast internet. I don't know why nothing's working. It's like my mouse don't move, and then when it does, it just goes crazy. This is an interesting video tonight for sure. Watching me fight with my laptop. So for those of you singles that thought Keith was a good looking guy, he says, come one, come all. He's cheap, but he can be had. So those of you on shopping on a bargain, Keith is your man. Greer was nice, so was Ohio. Yeah, Greer's okay. My brother can help you on any computer issues or setup. He's the one that keeps all of Bill Clinton's computers up and running. I may have to talk to him because this is a brand new computer, and I'm not sure what's going on with it. I got a computer guy in Lubbock, but he screwed up my laptop. Maybe when next time I see you in Little Rock, we may have to go visit your brother, see what he'd charge me to take a peek at it. And it may be StreamYard. If StreamYard's the problem, I can find another service. KB Cool, you're not KB the smooth one, are you? Makes more organic and real, having little issues. Nope, it'll heal. Just don't tell the wife. Keith just broke all the women's hearts in the group. He has announced that he is married. Yeah, we'll have to get with your brother and see what he'll charge to fix it. I also don't think we're on Facebook anymore. I think it went down. So that's going to really hurt us. But what can we do? We tried. This is so frustrating. You spend all this money and stuff still don't work. I don't even see my video in YouTube. It may have crashed it. I don't know. I'll try to do it after the show, see if I can fix it. So I'm not a good wingman for Keith. I announced that he was single and I've ruined his game. Maybe I misunderstood him though. You single ladies, hit Keith up. He's here for your viewing pleasure. Twitch is actually pretty fun to use and might work a little bit more cohesively. I'm gonna have to look at something. I think Twitch works with StreamYard. I don't know. I can connect y'all after the show. I don't know if he can fix it remotely or if I have to bring it to him. I'm heading to Lubbock. I got to do some trucking related business stuff. So I'm going to be off a few days. I got to open up a business checking account. I've got to work on the Volvo. Oh, that's funny, Keith. Rumble is an excellent platform. Yeah, I'm going to look at all of them. I've got to run it through all the social media things that I currently do. And a lot of people are familiar with StreamYard, but I'm not sure why the laptop's acting up. I will get it figured out though. It may be some stuff I got running in the background on this one. For example, Xbox Live and stuff, it keeps kicking up automatically. And I think it may be causing part of the problems. Also, Spotify keeps kicking up automatically. And so I think that's what my problem is. But I really hate that it's not putting me on Facebook right now. A lot of people watch through the Facebook stream, and they're not getting it. And I'm not sure if the YouTube one's going out or not. I don't see it on the stuff I see, but maybe later it'll show up. I don't know. That's weird. It may post it after we finish. But we've been going 2.5 hours. You got anything else? Um, we've successfully launched Keith's dating life. A lot of people think he's really handsome. We've discussed classic cars. We've discussed uh, video game systems. Um, I've said enough stuff about Swift to get myself in trouble. See, now it's going to start working as soon as I say I'm going to go off air. It's a conspiracy, I tell you, a conspiracy. There's an app I believe called TeamViewer, which would allow Chris's brother to work on your computer remotely. Yeah, I'm sure with him being a computer guy that he probably knows a way to do that. Microsoft has that too. But I think StreamYard might be the problem. I may need to contact StreamYard. Make sure you don't have competition between different Wi-Fi trying to connect. If you're using a phone Wi-Fi but have signed in the past with the truck stop Wi-Fi, they will kick you if you don't forget them. Yeah, I typically use my phone, um, and I've got, like I say, I've got Verizon and AT&T. FlyRabbit has convinced me that I also need to get T-Mobile, and that's another thing I'm going to do in Lubbock is I've got 3 lines. I'm going to switch one of them to probably T-Mobile, and that should alleviate most of my problems because I'll have a network wherever I go. Yeah, it looks like YouTube working. Facebook is not. I do kind of a simulcast between Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. He's texting his brother the link now. He's going to watch the show to see if he can eyeball it. That'd be awesome. Thank you, Chris. Um, so we're down to 30. I guess we've lost a lot of people. They're not interested in diagnosing my laptop or staring at a blank screen while they wait for me to come back. If anybody else has any more questions about the Swift debacle, classic cars, um, classic gaming consoles, anything, feel free to even, I think we got into politics briefly. We need to avoid that. But if anybody else has got anything else, uh, so your brother thinks it's StreamYard. Yeah, I kind of do too. I need to look on this laptop. I got some time tonight. I'll look and see if maybe there's an update or something. Um, there's got to be something going on there. I know it's not an app. I wish they'd come up with an app, but it's got to be something. And I got to get it fixed by Thursday because while this is fun to watch me have a meltdown, it's not fun to experience. I gotta figure out why it's not working. I'm glad you liked it, Will. I'm sorry. I would love to put out a clean, polished product that works flawlessly, but to this point, I hadn't been able to. You just have to make sure they're not going at the same time, or we'll fight each other. Plus, a lot of bandwidth for mobile. Yeah, but I've got a. I mean, one of the phones I use is $2,300. One of them's a Pixel 6 Pro. I've also got a Motorola that is kind of the third string quarterback. I got pretty good equipment in here. The Flying Rabbit gave me a T-Mobile router. I'm going to activate it and try it for a month, see how it does. And between everything, I should be able to get something working. Let's see. T-Mobile's okay, but not as good. You already got the best. Well, wait a second, leave that up there so y'all can get my website if you hadn't been to it yet. We're going to add some more stuff on there just as soon as I get a second. I'm going to add maybe I can do it this weekend. I'm going to add a link for Trucker CFO and some stuff like that on there. But in the meantime, his phone number is not showing at the bottom like it should be. That should have done that. Keith enjoyed as usual, but don't sweat the small. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Keith. It uh, Fly Rabbit tells me that's what makes the show good is when everything falls apart. But I just I want to put out a good product, not a train wreck every week. Well, thank you, Will. He says this is real, and that's what makes me reach so many people. I hope that's what it is, because it ain't because of high quality technical equipment. I can assure you. And I've got to get. I noticed this when I was at Matt's and we were trying to give out the T-shirts. I've got to get some wireless microphones so that I can interview because we finally got the audio working, but I mean the video working, but we could never get the audio right. So very quickly, I've got to buy some microphones. I'm fine when I use this headset, but when I interview somebody in person or talk to somebody in person, I really need to get a microphone. Let's see. So Willie and Keith agree that when this show's a train wreck, that's what makes me real, and that's why people watch. My headset, this is my old one I retired. It's pretty ghetto too. The little microphone piece has a hole in it and slides up. I got to put a new piece on it one of these days. But all right, what else y'all got? Anything else we need to hit tonight before we call it a night? Oh, maybe not. I don't know, Will. It's if it's not a train wreck, it's because of you guys. You guys carried the show when I went down, and I appreciate y'all keeping it going till I come back. I appreciate each and every one of you. And like I said, we'll do this again on Thursday, and we'll hopefully it'll go a little better. Yeah, I'm back with y'all. I guess that's what matters. And we're gonna have a bunch of good stuff coming up. I promise you. I just got to get all these people called. I got a canvas bag in the front seat full of people I got to call that are just waiting on my call. And I got one of them scheduled for tomorrow. He may actually be a regular on the show, kind of like Trucker CFO does. We may bring him on, once a month to talk about stuff. Don't want to give too much away. Yeah, me neither. I've got to where I look forward to doing these. The only thing that's bad about it is it's killed the recorded shows. I don't have any recorded content hardly ever. So if y'all got any show ideas for recorded content, send it to me. If you got any companies you'd like me to interview, have them email me and we'll try to get them on. And I've got to do more content for new drivers. I know guys are really wanting company driver content, and I'm just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen between me and Swift in the coming weeks. But I guess with that, we'll go ahead and wrap this. Oh, well, Pablo's back. Well, I guess we'll hang around a minute. Keith said he looks forward to it too. Hey, Keith, did I make you a moderator? Because I've been trying for this whole show. And it's not letting me make anybody a moderator. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I was going to make some of you guys moderators that are always in here. And it is not working. Okay, now I got you. Keith is now a moderator. Pablo is now a moderator. If you guys see anything that looks like it shouldn't be on here, put them in timeout, kick them off here, whatever you think's best. I've made you a moderator because I trust you. Where in the world is Trucker's coach like Carmen San Diego? So I have not heard anything. It's mums is the word. I kind of wonder if he's here or not too. I haven't asked anybody at Swift, and I don't know if they'd even tell me. Yeah, that would be a good video idea, but I don't have any idea about Coach. What we may start doing contents on is Keith said he's going to look for classic cars in Michigan for me. He's going to buy those cars, and then I'm going to get a trailer and go up to Michigan and pick them up. We may do some videos about the cars that Keith buys me, and we may do some videos where he's actually given me the keys and titles to the cars that he purchased for me. It's a really nice thing of Keith to do, and we sure appreciate him buying me all those cars. You got me now, sir. Looks like I'll have to go company for 30 days before I can move to the lease side. I'm going to ask for a new truck. So, yeah, that's not a bad way to go. And I would do. Do you think the federal government should regulate training like certain requirements and knowledge of the trainer? I think, yeah, I think there ought to be, and there is some, but the problem is the people that are making the decisions are trying to figure out how quick they can get people through training, not how much knowledge they can give them. And, it takes, I've shared this, I did 6 weeks worth of training with a really good trainer, and I still wouldn't have rode behind me the first 2 years. And so I don't know. People learn at different speeds, and I don't know that there's a cookie cutter answer for how to train everybody. But we need certain standards. We need certain tests, and I think that maybe the way you do it is you incentivize the trainers based on how well the student does when they take their upgrade test. I don't know, but there it's I think pretty much everybody agrees that the training's not where it needs to be. You forget I'm a trucker, no money for extra cars. Yeah, yeah, I get it, man. I regret some of them I bought. I love them when I'm driving them, but I don't drive them enough to get my money's worth out of them. They're making all training east for everyone. Easy. I think he means easy. Yeah, they are making it easy for everyone. And we don't need easy. We need good. We need comprehensive. It's the problem is the people that are making the decisions, in my opinion, don't respect truck drivers. They think, they're just driving. Anybody can do it. There's a certain skill set you have, and there's a certain uh, perception you have to be able to do it. And not everybody can do it. Let's see. I do. There should be a standardized teaching test. Yeah, I think so too. That is absolutely correct. And the processes I saw when going through training program at CR England really bothered me. Yeah, yeah, it's bad. And same thing with when you get out with a trainer. Instead of them incentivizing the trainers to teach you, they incentivize the trainer to run like a team and make as much money as he can off of you. And so a lot of times you're driving alone while your trainer's sleeping and he's not teaching you nothing. You're lucky if he spends a week in the front seat with you and then you're on your own. I don't want a surgeon that has zero cutting experience or a trainer with no winter experience. Exactly. You get 6 months or 6 weeks worth of training in July. That helps you absolutely none when you go into that winter. Training should probably be about a year long, in my opinion, at least. And the problem is nobody's going to train that long. The training pay is not good enough, and it's just hard to ride with a stranger that length of time. Yeah, exactly, Keith. For example, having state certified trainers at the trucking school that can just pass someone is a major issue. Yeah, and they don't teach you to be a truck driver in truck driving school. They teach you to get a CDL, and then they say you'll learn what you need to learn with your trainer. And then your trainer rides with you 2 or 3 days in the front seat, and he says, "I'm going to bed. Wake me up in 7 or 8 hours." And so it's not sufficient. And then the trainer is excited because he gets trained. He gets basically team pay, and the student ends up not knowing what he needs to know. You're not being trained if your trainer is asleep. You're truly a team. Yep, I agree. What would be great is uh, is if they would just pay the trainer a salary and let him sit in the front seat and train the whole time, or have the trainee drive, 7 8 hours, and then have the trainer drive like a super solo, and they both stay awake, both stay in the front seat. I think something like that would be a lot better than the way things are. So KB Cool, is KB the smooth one? Did he change his YouTube name? And why is he not saying hi in here? Me and him are friends, I thought. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad he's here. He's a good guy, and I hope he starts making YouTube videos again. Is he still at Dart? Do you know? I hadn't talked to him since I left, and I honestly don't know anything about how he's doing or where his roads have taken him or nothing. Training should only be because you want to train, not for the money. Yeah, in an ideal world, that'd be it. But I mean, we live in a me first world where everybody's only thinking about themselves these days. That's why it's so hard for people to believe that I'm actually on here trying to help people, because they're like, well, what's in it for you? What are you getting out of it? And I help people all the time. I don't make a penny off of. All right, let's see. Trained for CR England a long time. They switched from mileage requirements to an hour requirement, and he stopped because that was a step backwards. Yeah, exactly. I wish I went tonight for CDL. Trainers are there sitting beside you. I went to Prime. First portion was great with Twisted Big D. Second portion TNT was nothing but a team. Yeah, I don't know. I worked for Prime about 20 years ago, and they're a lot different outfit than they were back then. But I didn't train with them. I already had 4.5, 5 years experience when I went there. They were the very first lease purchase I ever did, though. He could be driving. Yeah. Yep. Let's see what else we got here. Had an amazing trainer when I went through my training, and he taught me everything I needed to be successful out there on the road, but I also have common sense. Yeah, it turns out that common sense is not so common anymore. A lot of guys have no common sense. Unfortunately for me, because I did so well, pulled horse trailers and bobcats my whole life, my TNT trainer put me by myself first day. Yeah, that's the me. Uh, I grew up, like I say, on a cotton farm. We pulled goosenecks and cotton trailers, and you'd double up cotton trailers. So I had some experience doing that, and it helped me quite a bit when it come time to do it in trucking. It's not an exact transfer skill, but it does help. KB is saying hi. So he's there with you, Freedom? Tell him to email me at todd@truckertodd.net. I'd like to catch up with him. Like I say, he's a good dude. I'm glad to hear he's doing good. He should probably have his truck paid off by now, unless he upgraded to a new truck. That's one thing. Um, I met a lot of good people at Dart, and there's still a lot of good people there. I might not like the safety department, and there might be a couple of shops I don't like, but there's a lot of people in the office that I do like. So, how did I get into trucking? That is a great question. I was running a lawn business, had a guy that worked for me, and we were in shallow water, Texas. And I pulled out in front of a semi truck that hit me at 70 miles an hour. I broke 4 ribs, 4 spinal processes. I punctured my lung. I've got a little scar on my ear where the glass, I was in an El Camino and the glass exploded in my ear and cut me up pretty bad. And they thought I was going to die. I was pretty bad. Spent quite a bit of time in the hospital. Went home, and I was laying in bed. I couldn't work. My first wife was working at a Walmart, kind of taking care of me when she could. And I was reading a Thrifty Nickel, which is like a little newspaper with want ads and stuff in it. And Swift Transportation was advertising jobs where you could make 35,000 a year. And this was back in October of 96. And I thought, wow, if I could make 35,000 a year, it'd be life changing. So I found this truck driving school in Altus, Oklahoma that uh, you could go there, and Fly Rabbit was making fun of me. I was telling this story at Matt's, and he thinks it's a bunch of baloney. But I found this truck driving school in Oklahoma, Altus, Oklahoma, that's not there no more. And you go to school 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for 2 weeks, and you got your CDL. And they put you in a hotel and they fed you. And it was perfect for me because I didn't have any income at that point. And Swift was one of the companies I talked to during that time. I also looked at Builders Transport, also looked at Schneider, also looked at USA Truck. And I ended up going to Swift because, and this is, I knew nothing about trucking. I ended up going to Swift because Swift said they'd get me home every 2 weeks, and the other companies said it'd be 3 to 6 weeks. And so Swift paid $130, I think it was $130 a month, towards my school. I worked for Swift for 4.5 years, so they paid off my truck driving school. Seemed like it was a little over a year or so before it was paid off. And I got a dedicated deal after I drove over the road for about a year where I was home every day. And that's kind of the short summary of how I became a truck driver. Never planned on it, planned on driving over the road for a little while and then getting a local job with Coca-Cola or Pepsi. I had two small boys at the time and I wanted to be home every day. And so that's kind of how it came about. Has anyone with T-Mobile been experiencing bad signal from the Sprint T-Mobile merging? I don't know. I had Sprint when they merged and I didn't have any problems. I don't have them no more. Nothing for me, Marcus. Shannon Thomas and Doc Green are also still at Dart. Yeah, Doc Green and I have communicated through YouTube. I don't have his phone number. We've never had a conversation, but I've messaged him on a few of his videos, and he's messaged me on a few of mine. And I did get a hold of Shannon Thomas recently, and I asked her about KB the Smooth One, just because he used to put out 3 or 4 videos a week, and then he just disappeared. And I wanted to make sure he was okay. I know he had some trouble with trolls kind of getting under his skin, and I just wanted to make sure he was okay and things going good for him. Twisted only does local training to get CDL, was great. But second trainer who was very nice and a great driver, but ridiculous trusting a newbie with 80,000 while he slept. Yeah, some people don't evaluate the risk when they're training. Thank you, Norman. I didn't know you had access to those guys, but I definitely, not just YouTubers. I miss some of the people at Dart, and um, I'm glad to hear that they're doing okay. And if they don't want to contact me, that's fine. Just let me know from time to time that they're doing good. But he's a good guy. I'd like to run into him again sometime. Oh, the good old Ranchero. I almost bought one of those in Oklahoma. That's when I got told I needed to sell some cars before I bought any more. But I like the Ranchero, especially if you can get one with the 400M engine. 351M's okay, but I like the 400 better, even though they're basically the same block. Have to agree with you on repair shops. Egan never had any problems. Yeah, that's the two shops I had trouble with. Egan is like going to a dealership. They're on their stuff. If you go to Egan, they're going to fix your stuff right. I've had good luck there, but you go to Lancaster and Ellenwood, it's kind of hit or miss. All right, what else we got here? Wish I'd stayed as owner operator at Swift. I had a great T680. If took camera, was governed at 72, no camera 70. I think it's changed now. Thought about coming back. The problem with Swift now is that everything's changing constantly. They can't make a policy and stick with it. So um, I gave the truck speeds earlier in the video. Basically, with their camera, it's 70 on the cruise and 72 on the pedal. Without their camera, it's 68 on the cruise and 70 on the pedal. Having said that, it may change at any moment. I've been told if you have your own truck like I do, or I've got it, I hadn't put it on the road yet, that you sign a deal saying you'll keep it under 72. They won't govern it, but they make you sign a deal saying you'll keep it under 72. And that's even if you use your own insurance. I'm a hybrid Ford trucks all the way, Chevy, Pontiac, muscle cars. There you go. I like my EcoBoost, and I can remember clearly in high school saying that I would never drive a six-cylinder pickup, but that EcoBoost has endless power. And if I wrecked it and totaled it or something, I'd probably go ahead and get like a 6.7 Power Stroke next, either a 250 or a 350. But or I'd go smaller and get like a Ranger trimmer or something like that. But that F-150 I've got now, it's the truck I've always wanted, and I've pretty much got it like I want it, so I'm pretty content with it like it is. But all right, we're at the 3-hour mark. I've been here for most of that time. If you guys got anything else, throw it up. If you don't, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Um, Chris sent me his brother's information, and I'm going to get in contact with him at some point in the near future. But it sounds like he thinks that I need to get a hold of StreamYard. Yeah, I agree. The 306 cylinder is a great engine. It's not super fuel efficient either, but it'll pull anything. Even I helped a guy move some houses, and he had a truck that had a 306 cylinder in it, and it would pull those houses like effortlessly. And before you guys beat me up in the comments, I realize there's gearing and things like that involved, but to be as small of an engine as it is, those things are a beast, and they're known for running forever. 2 more hours. I'm fine to do 2 more hours because I can't deliver this load till 10:30 in the morning. But you guys got to bring the topics. If y'all can bring the topics, we'll go 2 more hours. If you can't, then we'll wrap it up, or we'll go till my voice gives out. Either one. I need to swig on this water a little more. I need to do as many of these videos as I can in case I get fired later this week. I've been pretty publicly critical of the company, and we'll see how they take it. Thanks, Pablo. I appreciate it. You have a great night, and thanks for hanging in here with me as long as you did. Anybody else? I don't know why five's the magic number. We've had a few people say they wanted me to do 5-hour lives, and not opposed to it. I am opposed to it on the weeks that I got a load where I got to run, but like when I'm at home, if I ain't got nothing planned, or nights like tonight where I'm still going to get plenty of sleep, I don't mind going a couple more hours if y'all can keep the conversation going. I really have fun with you guys. Look forward to this. Hey, Wesley, thanks for being here. 95. Oh, yeah, with the 7.3. That's another one that's slow, but they pull like everything. The reason I say if my pickup bit the dust, that I would get a new, probably 350 Power Stroke is if I ever got tired of driving a truck, I could hot shot with it or pull RVs with it or something like that. Oh yeah, I'll get the comments off there. Are you ever going to do any backing videos? I could certainly try if that's something you guys want. The problem with doing a backing video is time. I got to get my tripod out and set it up and then do the back. And usually when you're at these shippers and receivers, they want you to hurry up and get in the dock. And there's usually other trucks waiting to get in the dock. And so I'm not opposed to doing one, especially if I went to a smaller customer that I was the only truck there. But it takes a little while for the setup and to get the right angle. Something I'm probably going to do uh, about um, cameras and stuff is get me some GoPros and some mounts, and then it's easier to do those kind of videos. Thanks, Wesley. I appreciate that. All right, Tim Back is here. Let the fun begin. We were fixing to wrap it up, but somebody said, let's go 2 more hours, and the comments are starting to pick back up, so we may go 2 more hours. We're down to 26, so we've lost a lot of people, but that's all right. As long as we still got a few people wanting to go, I'm game. Did I solve the BS problem? Which one? Are you talking about with Swift? No, it's still ongoing. On the ELD, do you have to log off for 30-minute break? How does it work? So the way the 30-minute break, the way the 30-minute break works now is you can do it on duty or off duty or sleeper berth, anything but drive. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll do it during like off fuel. That takes usually 15 minutes. And then by the time I go inside and pay and everything, I'm usually real close to the 30-minute break, or I'll creep around at under 5 miles an hour and finish it up or something like that. But yeah, I do the 30-minute break. Sometimes I just stop and it's a good time to go to the bathroom and grab a bite to eat. But I like the 30-minute break. It doesn't hinder my day one bit. We had a 350 and an E350 with the 7.3. Absolutely handled a 973 Bobcat with ease. Yeah, those engines are a beast. Really, the only two bad diesel engines that Ford had was the 6.0, and the 6.4 was better than the 6.0, but it still had its issues. Oh, yeah. So the video earlier, it crashed and I had to reboot my laptop. I was running in Microsoft Edge, and I had read earlier in the week that Chrome works better. So now I'm running Chrome, and it's still a little glitchy, but it's working a lot better than it was. And I think I know what my problem is. Some of my stuff's running in the background, like Xbox Live and Spotify, and I got to figure out how to turn that stuff off, or I've got to put some more RAM in it. And this laptop has 2 empty slots where you can add additional RAM, and so that may be something I look at doing when I go home. About 6 quarter horses, all at 15 hands with ease. Also, yep, that they have endless power. Yep, we get to give more of our time away by fueling on break, but most of us have to do it that way. Time is money. Yeah, you know, I, I've got myself in trouble saying this, but I'm going to remove your comment because people are saying they can't see me in the website. But I've got in trouble for saying this. A lot of people are saying we need to do away with the 70-hour rule. We need to do away with this rule or that rule. Keep in mind, most of you's neighbors are working 40 to 50 hours a week and they're making a living. You're away from home and you're working 70 hours a week at least. Some of you are stretching that. So if you can't feed your family and pay your bills on 70 hours a week, the answer isn't that you need to work 5 or 10 more hours a week. The answer is you need to be with a different company or figure out why you're not making it. And so I think 70 is plenty. I think rates need to go up. I think company driver pay needs to go up, and it probably needs to go up with inflation, 3 to 5% a year. That's what it does. I got an uncle that works at a school. He gets a raise every year. But I do agree with you about we're giving away too much time. Alberto's here. Hey, thanks for coming in. How long will it take to pay off a brand new Freightliner? So here's the deal. At Swift, a brand new one's going to run you 4 years, and then you're going to have a balloon payment somewhere between 85 and 90,000. So some people roll that into an MRP if they let them. Some people save the money. Some people get a a loan from. I don't know if I said that. Anyway, there's a lot of ways you can do that. Some people just get a new truck at that point. But I had planned to keep this one and pay it off. I could do it, but I think I'm going to run that other truck at some point. I got to get home and take some and work on it a little. Just pull your down you a little so camera's lower and the comments won't block your face. Hey, there's an idea. See, Tim is what we've been missing from the show tonight. We needed Tim to come in here and remind me about my camera. Thank you, Tim. I'm just giving you a hard time. Or the industry can definitely improve things for drivers. Yeah. They got to wonder, a lot of us are making over $100,000 a year and they claim they still can't get drivers. Why is that? Well, maybe it's because of the way drivers are treated out here, like second class citizens. Now, the flip side of that, maybe it's because of the way drivers act out here. I was watching a video the other day, and the driver was talking about this place that he regularly goes. Said they're going to quit letting truck drivers use the bathroom there because somebody had wiped poop all over the wall. And it was a Canadian driver, and I'm not going to get racial, but I think we know who that was or the type of people that was. But we've got to police ourselves out here. If we want to be treated like professionals, we got to act like professionals. And I don't want to get into a big lecture about that, but that's something we all got to be mindful of. Yes, I agree. I remember when I started and I was like, how much do we get paid for fueling? And they're like, well, that's part of the job. Okay. How much do we get paid for pre-trips? Oh, you don't. That's part of the job. Post trips, part of the job. What about sweeping out trailers? Part of the job. And I think those things should be paid for a company driver. Now, you could make an argument that if you're an independent contractor, that those are things you do to maintain your business. But I believe a company driver should be paid for those things. Tim says it's perfect now. It's a little harder to read like this, but if y'all can see me, that's good. Are you taking any cholesterol drugs? My doctor said I need to be on a cholesterol drug now. I just started one. I can't pronounce it. EZE something. I've got borderline high cholesterol, and they've put me on something. I am trying to eat a little healthier, and they believe they're going to be able to take me off of it pretty soon. He just my doctor's a little bit of an overreactor, and he wants to address every little issue. And I got Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance, and so he likes every test in the world because I'm sure, getting a kickback off that. From your past videos, I believe the balloon payment, they've gone up a little on this Freightliner. It's 84,000 and something, and I've talked to a couple of guys that it's right around 90,000, depending on the truck. Now, if truck prices drop like they're saying they're going to, hopefully those balloon payments will come down. It won't help us guys that are already in a contract, but it'll help new guys that come on. And like I said, I really think that Volvo is going to see the light of day here pretty soon. Only industry where labor is not calculated by hours or knowledge. Standardized work, you clock in, you clock out. Professional work, equal pay according to experience, knowledge plus degrees. Yeah, and I would like to see. You could argue, I mean, you could argue the flip side of that, that we are, because as you get good at your craft, you learn how to do more miles, things like that. But we're not even really paid for miles. We openly accept that 10 to 15% of our miles aren't paid. And so it seems like in every corner of trucking, there's a way to shortchange us. And we all just take it. I did a video about this back in my Dart days called That's Just the Way It Is, I think's what it was called. And I talked about there's so many ways we get ripped off at drivers because that's the way we've always done it. And everybody just takes it. So let's see here. It seems that so few of us in our industry actually care about professionalism, and that there are more and more people that continue to hurt our image. Yeah, it's unfortunate that, and we can blame this trucking company or that trucking company, but it's really all of us. If I go out there and do something unprofessional, even something little like talking foul language in public or something, everybody says, well, all truck drivers are like that. Or if I make a lewd comment to a waitress or something. But, if we leave our poop bags and our pee bottles in these parking lots, I mean, we've got to think about the image we're putting out there. At one time, truck drivers were called knights of the highway, and I don't think we're called that anymore. And we certainly don't act like knights of the highway. Maybe you should raise the camera and put a comment back up because, yeah, that's why I was surprised, Tim, because most people don't want to see my face. And so, but it's ever since ever since Keith came on here and showed his good looking face, everybody's like wanting to see him, and so nobody wants to see my ugly mug. U.S. service by the mile. Closest thing to fair is percent pay, but everyone skims on that. Truckers screwed because we won't stick together. Yeah, and I don't think percentage is not always fair either, unless you have a say so in the negotiation of the rates. And I had that at Dart when I was on the OPI board. It was the closest thing to fair I've ever had because I negotiated the rates, and Dart didn't even know what I was doing or what I was getting paid till I sent them the rate confirmation. And so if you're on a percentage contract and you're not seeing the rate confirmation, you're just hoping they're paying you what they say they are. And if you're not involved in the rate negotiation, then you're kind of at their mercy still. Are you going to go heavy on the chrome with your personal truck and lighting? No, not at all. I the most I might do is put some fancy seats in it or something at some point. The chrome and the lights don't make you money. Funny story from Matt's. I found a manufacturer there that made emblems that would like cover up the Volvo emblem, and I was going to have it say Trucker Todd, and Trucker CFO kind of got on to me and told me that that doesn't make money and it's not necessary. And I was like, yeah, but it's cool, and I'm Trucker Todd, and so I probably won't do the lights and all, but that's what I say. Trucker CFO's had a positive influence on me about thinking about things I really need and things I really don't need. And that emblem I was going to get was $225, but I may still do it because I'm kind of hard headed. Exactly. Household good miles is ridiculous. I'm from Cartersville, Georgia, 5 exits off 75. You could blow 100 free miles easy to Bartow County. Exactly. And, there was a time when HHG miles made sense, but now we've got Google and all these other things. They know within a mile or two of what you're going to drive. And I don't want hub miles because then you end up explaining why you pulled over and went to the TA to get a hamburger. But I do think we could make the miles a lot more accurate. And what companies will tell you, well, that's how we bill our customers. Well, again, I don't have any control over how you bill your customers. If you don't like how you bill your customers, bill them differently. Well, we can't do that because the competition don't do that. So because the competition don't do it, you're all going to agree to get screwed over. Exactly. Can you pick any truck, say like a Peterbilt or a Kenworth? So you can tell Swift what kind of truck you want, and they'll do their best to accommodate you. They don't have any Peterbilts though. They have Kenworth, International, Freightliner, and Volvo. Yeah, I know. I'm just glad you're here, Tim. 100% correct. It's our fault. Walmart won't let us park anymore. Yeah, and that's really hurting me because for a couple of reasons. I get my pills at Walmart, my prescriptions, and because they got the big parking lots and everything. And now I usually have to park away and take an Uber or Lyft over. And I like to buy groceries there, and that's a hassle now. And I'm not a big Walmart person. I don't like Walmart, but it's definitely harder because, and it wasn't just truck drivers. Let's be fair. RVers and homeless people were doing that too. Homeless people were sleeping in their cars in Walmart parking lots, and that was part of it too. But and drivers were parking up way too close to the building. If you're going to park at a Walmart, park far out and walk. Most of us are overweight and need the exercise anyway. And don't be a pain in the butt to that Walmart. I usually call and talk to the manager, get a name, say, hey, I'm here to get some pills. Do you mind if I park out here for a couple hours? And they usually say, yeah, that's fine. We don't want you spending the night. Or some of them will say, yeah, you can spend the night as long as you park at the back part of the parking lot or park on this side or that side. Try to be compliant with what they want. They're doing you a favor letting you park there. It's not a law or mandatory that they let you park there. And I've had Walmarts that even had signs up that said no truck parking, that they said, yeah, we won't enforce it as long as you do what we say. And so they said, if anybody gives you any grief, tell them Steve said you could park there. Mary said you could park there. And so that's what I would say about that. Be the person the way you want to be treated. I've got a video I did called "Would You Do Business with Yourself?" and it talks about do you put out the kind of image that other people would want to work with or do business with? And the truth is, a lot of us don't, even me sometimes. So just be mindful of that when you're out there. Are you doing things that make people want to be attracted to you as a truck driver? Or are you doing things that make people want to not like truck drivers? Hey, cut out trying to compete with these looks. I can't afford the competition. It's hard enough. Keith, I'll never be as handsome as you, man. I think I think you've won. You've got your own little fan club starting here. Do you think the new generation of truck drivers, millennials, are changing or going to change trucking for good or bad? So here's the deal. This is a great question, by the way. Sorry, I'm building myself an armrest. Uh, the deal is the reason they're having trouble attracting new people to trucking, and I'm talking about millennials, young people, early 20s. Think about when you were in your early 20s. Did you want to sleep in a small box? Did you want to be away from your family, your spouses, your boyfriends, your girlfriends, whichever gender you are, whatever you're into, for weeks at a time? Did you want to have the company lie to you? Did you want to work in all kinds of weather conditions? Did you want to have DOT mess with you? I mean, there's a very good reason why a lot of truck drivers don't want to do it. Did you want to have warehouses treat you like a second class citizen where you have to go outside and use a porta potty or you have to be locked in a cage while they load your trailer? I get why 20-year-olds don't want to do this job. And then you think about now they're trying to get 18, 19-year-olds to come be truck drivers. At 18 or 19, think about it. You wanted to go drinking with your buddies. You didn't want to be gone for 2 months on the road, uh, training with some old guy that is griping about everything you do. Or worse, he's sleeping. I mean, you want to text your friends, do that. You don't want DOT screwing with you when you're 19 years old. I'm definitely going to get Trucker CFO into the mix. when I get going with my lease for sure. Well, Will, the great thing about him is he can help you while you're still a company driver. And even if you're not a truck driver at all, he does kind of specialize in truck drivers. But I'm telling you, it's been one of the smartest things I've ever did. He figured out that just getting my LLC and S corp is going to save me a little over 15,000 a year in taxes. And so, just the counseling that I've received from him and Jessica has made a huge difference in my life. And like I said, we hung out with him at Matt's. I've kind of become friends with him, and it's not going to be one of those cases where in 3 months I'm going to have a different accountant. He and I are going to be working together for years, whether I'm at Swift or somewhere else. And if I quit trucking altogether, he's still going to be doing my taxes. And he's got different packages based on your specific situation. But I've found that he's real competitive to ATBS, but he's a lot more organized and a lot more personalized. Just joined in. My good buddy Chris Bollinger is here. Been busy getting ready to go to Greer. There you go, man. Chris is a good dude, somebody that I've met through Swift, and we've become pretty good friends. We talk on the phone fairly regularly, a couple times a week, and he's got a lot going on in his life, but I'm glad he made it in tonight. Show just went in a poopy direction. Oh no, this show's been in the crapper for a while now. You forget that it crashed a little while ago. Pablo, it's going to change all right. 18-year-olds being able to drive is totally dangerous. I had no business behind one of these at 18, but that's on the way. Well, they tried that pilot program, and it was going to be 3,000 drivers. And I saw the deal the other day. I think there was less than 4 drivers in it, like 3 or 4 drivers. And so it's not taken off the way they thought it was. Like I said, there's not a country full of people that are seniors in high school going, man, I can't wait to get out of school so I can not have a girlfriend and do a bunch of work I don't get paid for and be away from my family for months at a time. And a lot of these companies, they're going to make $600 or $700 a week. They're like, I'll go work at Wendy's. I'll be the fry guy for $15 an hour. I'll still make 600 a week and I can go drinking with my buddies that night. Or I'll go to college and I'll get a bunch of student loans and financial aid and I'll chase girls all weekend. And I don't think the people that are thinking this is a great idea realize they don't remember what it was like when they were that age. I asked a manager and he said they were tired of calling out hazmat teams to clean up all the urine and feces off a parking lot. He said it cost them over 10 grand per cleaning. Yeah, I would say at the bare minimum, if you are going to do that in a bag or in a bottle, throw it in the trash can just like you would for your pets. Don't leave it in the parking lot. Don't throw it in the grass and the weeds. Somebody's got to get back there and mow. Somebody's going to clean that up. If you hate the truck stop, you hate the truck stop. If you hate the Walmart, you hate the Walmart. But the people you hate aren't the ones that are going to be cleaning it up. It's going to be some guy that it's his first week there and he's going, "Oh, great. What has my life become? I'm cleaning up after some nasty truck driver that that violated our parking lot." Walmart manager. Wow. Do you think we should take all the millennials in the industry and put them in a large closet and lock it? That's funny. It's every generation thinks that the generation that follows them is worse. And I remember being from the 80s that people thought that we were never going to amount to nothing. We all turned out fine. We thought the generation after us was nothing, and they're turning out fine. But we all think that the generation after us is worse, and somehow they find their way. Cabela's has even started taking down their truck parking signs. I used to park my truck there by my house in Fishers, Indiana, and now says no truck RV parking. Yeah, but they're not allowing RVs either, and I think it's for the same reason. Um, the thing I think is weird is there's a lot of Buc-ee's convenience stores in Texas, especially. I guess they're in other places too. And they've got these enormous parking lots, but they don't let any trucks in there. It makes no sense to me. I've never been in a Buc-ee's and I'd like to go, but you know where to park around there. We're on the same page for sure with the young drivers. Yeah. Yeah, Tim is a funny guy. How long do you have to be a company driver before you lease? It depends on your experience. I didn't have to do it at all. I went into a lease from day one. Um, you'd want to call them and talk to them about your experience, but there's a lot of guys that go straight into a lease. If you don't have any experience, they want you to be a company driver for 9 months. I think you ought to be one for about 5 years, but at least 2 years, and you should have some money saved up. This is a deal I want to talk about for a second. All the time, guys start these leases, something happens, and then they're behind the eight ball because they didn't have any money saved up. And make sure that can you make it? Yeah, but you're setting yourself up for failure if you don't have a nest egg. And the way I describe it is like playing the game Monopoly. When you start the game of Monopoly, it seems like you start with $500 or $1,500. And if you start with 1,500 and I start with 100, can I still win the game of Monopoly? Maybe, if I land on the right properties and everything goes just right. But you're going to have a big advantage having 1,500 versus my 100. And it's the same thing in a lease. If you can build you up a nest egg, say $5,000, you're going to have a lot better chance of success than if you show up at orientation with no money. I remember a driver at Dart that he came, he didn't even have enough money for his food during orientation. Now, we've all been broke. We've all had to do that before, but I'm going to lower that a little. Might as well show the Trucker CFO t-shirt. We've all had to do that before, but try to get you some money saved up. One guy I talked to, he's coming with $10,000. He's almost, I mean, it's not a guarantee of success, but his odds are pretty good with $10,000 because if his truck breaks down on the first trip, he's not going to have to borrow money from the company or something. He's got enough money. And so just think about that. Um, like the other guy was saying earlier, if you're trying to do this with less than a year's experience, you hadn't even gone through a winter yet, or maybe one. Get some knowledge, learn some freight lanes. Don't be in a hurry to do something that, I mean, the saying it used to irritate me, you don't know what you don't know. And that's not an insult, it's a fact. There's things you're going to learn that you don't know right now. There's questions you need to ask that you don't know to ask right now. And just give yourself the time to develop and grow and learn what you need to learn. Did that question. Let's go to the next one. Very true, but the ones that do going down Lookout Mountain with 1 foot on the dash, one hand texting, who knows where their eyes are looking. Yeah, it that's another thing, especially if you're in a Volvo with an airbag. If you've got your leg up on the dash and you hit something, it's going to cut you in half. It will break you in half, literally. And also, if something runs out in front of you and you need to hit the brakes, your reaction time is going to be terribly slow because your foot's on the dash. Now, I think every driver out here at one point in their life has texted and driven. If you've got to do that, use voice to text. If you've got a passenger in the vehicle, let them send your text. If it's very intrusive at all, pull over. It's better to take 5 minutes on the side of a road in a rest area than it is to do something that's going to forever change your life. And people hate when I talk safety. I can do a safety video and it'll get 30 views. But just think about what you're doing. Um, And I think I've harped on that enough. And we get blamed whether the truck did it or RV or homeless. Yeah, exactly. And it's because your typical RV owner is an older retired person with some money, and your typical truck driver that seems to show up and get caught is a 400-pound guy that hadn't had a bath in 3 weeks, and that every other word's a foul word. And, it's the stereotypes. And the way we change that stereotype is by just being better. We don't need DOT or FMCSA or the companies to police us. We need to police ourselves. Well, I'm getting on my soapbox now. Up here we have Wally's and it's just like Bucky's, but they allow truck parking. Oh, that'd be nice. Where's that at, Tim? I can honestly say I don't know where you live. I should know that. I guess I could look up your area code. I think I've talked to you on the phone before. Kiss baby, best attitude. If it's too loud, you're too old. In regards to thoughts on previous. Yeah, that's why I can't hear now. Some of you call me and I'm like, what? Huh? A lot of 80s hair bands. Great music. I still love it. Timeless classics. Keith, I'm not far away from you. I'm out of South Bend. Ah, okay. Tim's from South Bend. I did not know that. I feel like I should know that though. You need a wider screen like me. Yeah, hang it. At Swift, if you switched being a lease operator at 9 months and did not complete a full year after school, it's my understanding that you do have to pay that back because you're no longer an employee of Swift. Again, I wouldn't recommend anybody start a lease with 9 months experience, but I know people aren't going to listen to me. But it's just take your time, learn what you can learn before you do it. If you were born after 1980, you don't know what work is. Exactly. I was born in 72. I know what work is. I just don't like it. Imagine 6 months experience living in the middle of Florida, doing lease and wanting to go home every weekend. Those people exist and companies telling them it's possible. Oh, I had a guy. This is a true story. He wanted 3-day weekends. So that means he'd work 4 days a week. He wanted to do a lease purchase and he wanted to be home every he wanted to make $3,000 a week. So he wanted take home. So he wanted to net $750 a day. And I was like, is there somebody in the country that's got that deal? Yeah, probably. If you live in the right spot, you might get that kind of deal. But odds are you're not going to get that kind of deal. You got to pay your dues. Everybody wants to start at the top. Do I have pretty gravy deals sometimes? Yeah. But it's 25 years. That my first week out here, they didn't go, how would you like to be home every weekend? How would you like to, everybody wants to go local. It's local jobs either don't pay anything or they typically go to the experienced driver that's paid their dues. And nobody wants to pay their dues anymore. They just want to have everything handed to them. They have a couple just south of Chicago that I know of. I don't live close to them, but I've passed a few of them. Very cool, Tim. Tim was born in 72 also. I don't know about that, Tim. Maybe. 86 here, but I would like to think I'm not afraid of work. My dad remembers a story one time I was like 12 or 13 years old. We were out on the farm and dad was working on a plow or something. And I said, Dad, I'm bored. He really, Todd? Bored? Yes, Dad, I'm bored. I want to go do something. Dad made my dream come true. He handed me a hoe and I was out there hoeing weeds all afternoon. in 100-degree heat. So I never told Dad I was bored again after that. I either helped him fix stuff or I found something else to do. I was never bored after that day. 78 model here, fellas. Well, see, that's not fair, Keith. That's why you're better looking than me. You're, what, 6 years younger than me. Wow, Tim is my age. Actually, Tim's a year older than me. I was born in December of 72, so he's 11 months young or older than me. Okay, now that everybody's given me their birthday, if you guys will give me your social security numbers and bank account and routing numbers, we'll really get this party started. I'll get a pen and paper and I'll be ready when those numbers start rolling across. Hey, my good friend John Toohey's here. We almost got to hang out again at Matt's. I've met him once in person for about 5 minutes, and I've been wanting to hang out with him again ever since. He's a cool dude. I did meet his wife and son, and spent a couple hours with them. They ran me around to a FedEx office to get some stuff notarized, and they took me out to dinner. And there's some really cool people. I was hoping to hang out with them, and he's incidentally the one I'm hoping to go hunting with next time. But yeah, he's here. I thought he left, but I'm glad he's back. I can do social, but trust me, nobody wants my banking info. I say that about identity theft. I don't even want to be me most days, so I doubt somebody would want to steal my identity. Pulling weeds in grandma's garden in Goldsmith, Texas in 100-degree weather. Now that's work. It sure is. John, you're old. Oh boy. Yeah, John's older than me, but he still gets around like he's 20. Don't I would have never guessed he was that old. Well, good night, my friends. I got to get some sleep before 5 a.m. delivery. All right, Keith, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. You made it fun tonight for sure. Oh wow. So John, where are you headed tonight? Are you comfortable saying that on here? How do you recommend new drivers getting experience, getting CDL through private school, or going to bigger company like Swift? My concern, you don't. Yeah, so I'd probably go to a private school if you can, and if you can't pay for it, try going to your state's unemployment office, like where you'd apply for unemployment benefits. A lot of times there's grants and stuff you can get to offset the cost of the school, and that way you're not under the thumb of any company. Will's saying good night to Keith. Me either, brother. I sorry for me feel sorry for me and give me someone else's identity. Yeah, exactly. I had fun with you being here. I hope you'll be here on the next one. Thursday night, we're going to do it again. 5 p.m. Central Time. Yes, sir, but you don't want to retire. You're having too much fun out here. Oh, I get teased about these marathon lives, but here we are at almost the 4 hour mark. So I decided to get my LLC and S Corp because um, after talking with Trucker CFO, we found that it would save me about at least 15,000 a year in taxes. I don't recommend anybody else get their LLC or S corp. Matter of fact, I don't give any tax advice. I do bring him on the show the last Tuesday of every month, and I would encourage you to ask him on the show about your specific situation. He could tell you when it's a good idea. I've got his phone number and the little ticker at the bottom of the screen. You guys can write that down, give him a call. He'll be happy to talk to you on the phone. And I got to tell you, you're going to be glad you did. He offers a lot of great information. So, yeah, check with him. In my situation, it was for pure tax savings. And I've got a lot more stuff coming down the pike for you guys. So, you guys, if you're not subscribed, do it because there's a lot of great stuff coming. I started at Schneider School in 2005. I don't think they have the school anymore, though. Did my year and got the heck out. Yeah, I think a private school like I did in Altus, Oklahoma was the better way to go. It's just if I would have quit Swift and not lasted till my school was paid off, I would have had to pay those $130 a month payments. But I fell into a real good deal at Swift back then. I went to CR England school in '07. I was there for about 9 years, and now I'm looking to go back. I'm looking for a better place to drive. I don't know much about CR England. CR England, for a lot of years, everybody said avoid them. I don't know if they've improved or if they're worse. Swift was that way for a lot of years. They improved. Now I think they're making some changes that I'm not sure if they're still good or not. But I don't know enough about CR England to say, yeah, don't do it or no, don't do it. That may be a company I look into before too long, just so I can give you guys some information on them. Ouch, I can't drive 60 all day long. I do it when I can for fuel economy. Here lately, I've been not doing it. I ain't even gonna lie. I've been running wide open, trying to get loads delivered, things like that. Because I was trying to get to the truck show. Now I'm trying to get home, but I do it when I can for sure. It does make a big difference in your bottom line on this Swift truck. Now that Volvo seems like it does better about 64, 65, somewhere in there. It all has to do with gear ratios, and you just got to find the sweet spot for the truck you're in. The lease rates were lower when you got yours, right? I think they're pretty close to the same. They should be going down here pretty soon. I've seen some reports that say truck prices are going to drop. And so it's possible they could get cheaper, but they won't for me because I'm already locked in a contract. I do have that Volvo at the house though, and I'd really like to get it on the road and lease it to Swift if I'm able to. They've already approved the truck for Brennan when he had the truck. You guys know him as 38M on here. And if I'm not able to lease it on Swift, then I don't know what I'm going to do with it. There's a lot of stuff in the works right now, and some of it's going to depend on what happens between me and Swift in the coming days and coming weeks. And I don't like to telegraph what I'm doing before I do it. I used to hate that. Not talking politics, but certain politicians in the old days would say, "Hey, we're going to attack this," and then the next day they'd attack this. That's not me. I'm going to attack that, and then you're going to know about it after it happens. And so, if I decide to make an employment change at something at some point, nobody's going to know about it until after I do it. And if I decide to stay here, you'll see me continue making videos about it. They were decent when I stayed there, but England was going downhill when I left. Like I said earlier, thanks to you, I'm pretty sure I'm going to Swift. Well, there you go. There's a lot of positives about Swift for sure. John was watching the weather. What'd they say? Is everything okay? Oh, for Indiana. When I started my lease truck did 72. They dropped the speeds a couple of years after I started. Well, when I started at Swift, the truck speed was 57. Will's New World of your company, you may want to check out USA Truck, soon to be named DB Shanker. I'm doing really well here as a company driver. Oh, Tim, I thought you own your truck. Uh, Norman's given his birthday on here. Now, Norman, I'll need your full legal name, your bank routing number, and your account number, along with your social security number. And we'll get you fixed up. I don't want to be me anymore, but I'd like to be Norman lives the life. Will. Oh boy, this is fun. Yeah, Indiana is getting hit hard tomorrow. I'll just be getting home. Yeah, be careful out there, man. I had a guy changing the subject just a little. I had a guy call me the other day. He said he was driving in 136-mile-an-hour gusts, and I I don't know if that's true or not. I don't have any reason to doubt him, but none of us should be driving in 136-mile-an-hour gusts. If about 40, you park that truck. It's not worth it. If you blow over, it's going to be on you if you survive. Just park it. The company will understand. If they don't, you don't want to be working there anyway. So anyway, while there's no comments, we got my website up there. You guys go check it out. It's still a work in development, but I do got some information there, some stuff like that. Hopefully, we'll have some merchandise out soon. I've got a lady working on a logo for me and some stuff like that. So hopefully, in the coming week, I have some stuff. As soon as we get a logo, we'll proceed with the t-shirts, coffee mugs, things like that. Earlier this week, we did hit 5,000 subscribers. Thank you for that. I'd always said once I got to 5,000, we'd start doing merchandise and things like that. That's a new one. Oh, where'd that go? That's a new one. Yeah. All right. Time for some shut eye, brother. Have a good night. Yeah. Good night, Tim. Thanks for being here. We are going to cut this probably at the 4 hour mark. Everybody's saying good night. Will's saying good night. We got a bunch of old people in here and everybody's getting tired. I get it. So, unless the comments fire back up, we'll probably shut it down at the 4 hour mark. We will definitely shut it down at the 5 hour mark because while this is fun, I'm not that much fun. And I know you guys got better things to do, and we can always resume it on Thursday. But you guys are awesome. Thank y'all for sticking with me while the channel crashed. And thank y'all for making this lighthearted and fun tonight. I kind of was in a bad mood. I was upset at Swift, and you guys have really brightened my spirits tonight. I really thank you. 4 fires, sure, that counts. Thanks, Will. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I'm stuck here parked outside this warehouse, and I ate soup today. I did not want soup. Have a good one. Yeah, please do. Give me a thumbs up before you go to sleep, Tim. But if you leave, we might start talking about you once you're gone. Anybody else? We did have one video, I think, that went 4.5 hours. So this ain't the longest one we've ever done, but it's pretty long. I'm going to get teased about it. Yeah, I think so. I think we're getting close. I'm going to give it another few minutes in case anybody's got something. We did have some people that joined us late, and I know most of you guys are going to watch this in the recap anyway. Um, Tuesday night, it turns out it's not a good night for a show. There's other people going live at the same time, and so I realize that you've got a lot of viewing choices, and I appreciate you guys coming here. We'll eventually get to 5 hours. Yeah, we can do it tonight if you guys want to go. This is one of those nights where I can do it. I've got, my appointment's at 10:30 in the morning, and it's only 9, so I could still go another hour and still have my 10-hour break and get plenty of sleep. If we end now, I may get a shot to play some video games if there's no phone calls tonight, but that never happens. I always get a lot of calls right after the show. Yeah, you would find out in the replay. And I think Tim could take me in a fight, so I don't want to upset Tim. He'd put a whooping on me. Yeah, Tim, I'm in Rochelle. I'm picking up in North Aurora in the morning, then going to Marion, Indiana. Wow. Well, there you go. John is way up there. Did my CDL training 3 years ago in a school that works a little differently than traditional schools. You paid a flat fee, and they are open 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. You can go and train on your own time. Yeah, it's my understanding, and I'm not an expert on this, that the schools have state mandated time that you must be in the classroom, so many hours classroom, so many hours driving. At least the school when I went 25 years ago in Oklahoma, that was the deal. And that's why they did 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for 2 weeks. But it was honestly a lot of fun. We laughed, we cut up, and we learned and had a good time at the same time. It was really a great experience. All right, Tim, have a good night. This is another cool thing about this channel. You guys that are coming in regularly have kind of became friends with each other and you're talking back and forth. And if we get a new guy in here, you guys are offering advice and helping each other. For me, it's I really enjoyed seeing how this channel has come about and how you guys have become friends and helped everybody out. And I just want to say thank you one more time to everybody for what y'all are doing in here. It's really amazing to watch. Will's going to bed. Thanks for the live. Be careful out there. All right, man. We'll see you Thursday. Come join us Thursday. Tornadoes in Iowa and Illinois, but petered out now. Just thunderstorms and hail. I'm good here. I'm in Irving and everything's fine here. So I'm glad that you're in a safe place. Um, and yeah, that's where we're at on that. We got about 5 minutes and then we're going to cut this short unless you guys got something else. Well, the father still had his when I was there, but his sons finally took over and forced him to give up his CDL. Well, there you go. I personally saw 6 trucks blown over on I-88. Yeah, it's crazy. And, a lot of that, I'd like to know what companies it is because there's a lot of companies that they're like, we don't care. We don't want you parking no matter what. But screw the company and what they want. Do what's best for your safety. I don't care if they say they got 100 trucks doing it right now. They don't know your load. They don't know your experience. And each truck, you can have two identical trucks that handle differently. If you don't feel safe, park it. And if they're like, hey, we got to get that load there, when's it going to get there? Whenever I feel like it's safe to drive again. Might be in 30 minutes, might be in 3 days. When I feel safe, I'll drive again. If you don't like it, send somebody else to get the load. That's how you got to be because you have that wreck, they're going to be like, we told him to pull over, and they're going to hang you out to dry. Don't work for a company that doesn't encourage you to make safe decisions. That's one good thing about Swift. I may be mad at them right now, but if you tell them you need to park, they're like, all right, let us know when you know that you're driving again, that it's okay. And so there, that's man, I feel like I've been on a soapbox a lot. 130 mile per hour gusts. Yeah. I when he said that, I was like, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, you absolutely should not be driving. When it gets around 40 or 45, it's time to park, especially if maybe lower wind speeds if you've got a real light load and you're driving a dry box. Now, if you're flatbed, maybe you change the rules a little bit. If you're a reefer and you got a heavy load, maybe you just slow down. But part of being a truck driver is learning your equipment and knowing what you can do and what you can't do. And you want to be safe out here. You've got, I'll guarantee you, you've got somebody in your life that's dependent on you. And if you go out here and break your arm because you rolled your truck or die, you can't help those people that are dependent on you. And they're not going to give 10 cents crap about the 75 cents a mile you're making or whatever. They're going to be missing you. So make good decisions out here, folks. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's true. A 30-mile-an-hour wind can get things rocking pretty good. And when I was bringing that Volvo back from Illinois, I think I've told this story. I got to Beto Junction, Kansas, to that TA there, and I was walking across the parking lot to go and get something to eat, and there was some black ice I didn't see. I slipped and fell and hit my head and knocked myself out. It was like a little after midnight, and there wasn't any traffic because the weather was bad. And I laid there for probably 15 minutes before I come to and kind of slithered over and got myself up. But I'm lucky a car didn't run over me or something like that. But I ended up staying the night there. I called a couple of good friends and had them stay on the phone with me for a while to make sure that, I didn't have a concussion or something like that before I laid down and went to sleep. But if I'd have kept driving as a bobtail in that weather, I would have probably had an accident because I didn't realize there was black ice. And so falling and hitting my head probably saved me from an accident. And you just never know. It's a good idea to pull over when conditions get bad and live to fight another day. Thank you, Freedom. I appreciate you. I do. We're at 3:58. We're probably getting close to the end, but the comments are still pretty good, so I'm keeping it going. These Swift people have no idea what they're doing after they participated in that mother trucker program, pretending to be the Coca-Cola of the desert. So let me talk about Mother Trucker a minute. I met him. We had emailed before, but I met him in person at Matt's just real quick. We did a meet and greet, and I took a picture with him. And I was real surprised that A, he got an interview with Swift, and B, that he was as fair to him as he was. I thought his interview was really good. I thought he asked a lot of great questions, but I knew that he wasn't a fan of Knight or Swift. And so that's a big compliment to him that he could still treat them fair. I would have liked to have seen Knight and Swift bring on some of their in house YouTubers and do the interview with them instead. And I'm not going to pretend for a second that I could do as good of an interview as what Mother Trucker did or as professional a quality as what he did. But I think they should have gave us the same opportunity. I can't even get them to come on my Tuesday show like they said they would. And I get it. They saw his thousands and thousands of subscribers, but I don't think the people that are watching his videos are people that are ever going to consider driving for Knight or Swift. Um, Trucker's Coach would have been another one to do that interview. 40,000 subscribers, and again, I don't know if Trucker's Coach is still with Swift or not, or if he's gone a different direction. But it seems like to me it would have made a lot more sense to have Trucker's Coach or me do that interview, even if they were going to have Mother Trucker on, have one of us come afterwards and ask follow up questions. Now, they did go on with the president of or CEO or whatever of Swift, did go on with Contractors Corner, but that's a really small channel. And it looks like if they can say they all they want about numbers don't matter, but they obviously do if they went on Mother Trucker's channel. And why in the world they'd go on a channel a fifth the size of mine or a seventh the size of mine and not come on mine? I got to question their judgment a little bit, but we're in America. They're free. They can go where they want and talk to who they want. But it's just how much bang for the buck are you getting? And I've been pretty vocal about my thoughts about that. But hats off to Mother Trucker. He did do an excellent interview with them. I watched a lot of it. I didn't watch all of it. You guys know I don't watch all the other YouTube truckers because I don't want them to influence my thoughts, opinions, content, things like that. But I did watch his show to see what Swift would say and honestly see how he would treat them. And so I think he did pretty good. Yeah, but where you are part of the machine, you see more of the kinks in the armor. and could definitely hold their feet to the fire better. Yeah, but I want to be fair to him. I think Mother Trucker asked him some tough questions. Honestly, he probably asked him tougher questions than I would have. Now, you might make the argument that Contractors Corner, when they went on there, they threw him some kind of softball questions, and they were only on there for like 10 minutes. It was a really short interview. And I realize those guys are busy, but I want an hour and I want to have a dialogue. And really, I'd like more than an hour. And I'm not on here saying that I could do as good as Mother Trucker did, but I think a lot more people watch me that would consider Swift or that are at Swift and than what probably watch Mother Trucker. I think a lot of the Mother Trucker audience is people that don't like mega carriers and that would have had an axe to grind. And maybe I'm wrong about that. So the load board, I touched on it earlier in the show. We can hit it again because we've been going so long. The load board meeting today, I was having technical difficulties. I was there, but I only heard about 30 seconds of it. It didn't appear like there was a lot of news there. They did say something's coming Thursday. I'm going to find out what it is because I'll be finding out Thursday and it'll be in the Thursday show. We'll talk about it then. But the load board is really much ado about nothing. Right now, it only has 005 solo over the road dry van freight. So none of your Walmart, Target, Costco, Home Goods, none of that freight's on there. Home Depot. And so there's not really a ton of freight on it. They are planning on adding more at some point, but they've been working on this load board for 3 years. Who knows when that stuff's going on there? And we found out recently that right now they're paying us for 100 miles of deadhead when we book a load on the load board. When it goes live to everybody, they're not paying anybody any deadhead. Now, some of you are saying, well, that's normal on a load board, and it is. But normally on a load board, you're paid percentage. Here we're paid on the same solo over the road mileage sliding pay scale that we're currently on. So it's going to result in a 15 to 20% cut in pay. Now, they have some cheerleaders here at Swift that's going to go, oh, I think it's great we're not getting paid. I don't think it's great. I think if we're going to do that, we need either a pay increase to offset the lost wages, or we need to be moved to percentage and not no 55 or 60% like they're tossing around. I'm thinking 70 to 80%. And I know it's not going to be there. It's going to be probably somewhere around the 55%. They've made it abundantly clear that they don't intend to do any percentage options other than the ones they currently have. They have a couple of small accounts, I think up in the Northeast, where they do percentage, but for the most part, they don't do percentage. And so I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed in the load board because it's not going to be what was advertised. Or maybe it was and we just had unrealistic expectations. Well, that might be the higher ups' thoughts as well, kind of like the Walmart people needing to ask their legal department before going on your show. Maybe, but the higher ups didn't have to ask their legal department if they could interview with Mother Trucker. My good friend John, good night, Todd. Keep up the good fight. Love the show. The parts that I saw. Call you tomorrow. Hopefully, we don't play phone tag this time. Yes, sir. Have a great night, my friend John. We'll catch you real soon. If this goes out to all of you guys, if any of you call and you don't get me, it's a lot like calling a radio station. Sometimes the phones get super busy. Leave me a voicemail. I had one guy that waited 5 days to talk to me, but at some point I will call you back. Generally, it's the same day. Generally, it's within a couple hours, but I don't purposefully dodge anybody. I'll talk to anybody, whether you love me or hate me, but just know that there's a lot of calls coming in and I do my best. I'm driving a truck at the same time. So obviously, if there's a lot of traffic, if the weather's bad, I'm not going to take the call. I'll call you back when I'm parked or it's safe or there's no traffic or something like that. But All right, let's see. What else? Anything else before we call this a night? We're down to 22. I think everybody's getting tired, and we're going to wrap it up here pretty soon if we ain't got nothing else. LinkedIn and Facebook are down. We're now down to just YouTube because we've gone so long. You guys share this video out so your friends can see it. We've had a lot of fun tonight, and share it out so your friends can see it. Put it on your social media platforms. It really helps me. Give me a thumbs up, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. And we're going to do it again on Thursday night. All right, Will's leaving, and I think I am too. I want to thank each and every one of you that's still here, and we'll catch you on the next one. Y'all have a great night. Be nice to each other, help somebody. Take care. Bye bye.